What's in my image here? What is this? What a zoom. Problem solved. Box art, thank you for that. Ocean. Hello. Yeah, all the sleeping they do. Where is it? Here. Okay. Game art. Here we go. Oops. Now we got a disclaimer here. Look at this. Scuba. Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. Users should be aware of the fact that engaging in scuba diving requires personal instruction. Certification that scuba diving contains inherently dangerous risks, including but not limited to drowning, lung over expansion or rupture, decompression, sickness, and death. Nice. No. The software toolworks presents Oceans Below, an amazing media production. It better be amazing. Alright, let's start our timer here.
During our years as dive masters, we've always enjoyed sharing the beauty and power of the ocean.
Join us as we venture to some of the world's most spectacular oceans. Together, we will explore places that most people only dream about.
At the bottom of your screen are small images that will aid you in your exploration. These images serve as buttons. To select an image, use the thumb pad on your controls to move the cursor over the top of the image. Then press the A button.
If you select the compass rose image, we'll then show you a world map where you can choose a dive destination. If you want to learn more about dive equipment and the ocean environment, select the red and white dive flag image. For help at any time, select the life preserver image. Or to quit the experience, select the sunset image.
Additional buttons will appear at various times. To learn their purpose, simply position the cursor arrow on top of the image and select the C button to hear a description of its function. To make a selection, press the A button when your cursor is over the desired image.
As we go on our many underwater adventures together, we will use the latest in dive equipment and technology. This includes wireless transmitters, which allow us to talk to you underwater and describe the many wonders as they are encountered.
We're ready when you are, so make a selection at any time.
Sharpa, you have to go back in the video and look at the disclaimer. It's priceless before the game starts. Wait, what's this thing do? It didn't say what this does. Oh, it's this treasure we have. That's quit. I forget what that was. That's settings. Maybe that's like dive or something. What was this again?
To learn about each piece of equipment, move the cursor over the item
Oh boy.
and press the A button. The wet
Oops.
The wetsuit is the most common exposure suit. Water trapped in the space between the diver's skin and the suit is warmed by body heat and acts as an insulator. A wetsuit also protects the diver from stings and scrapes. The dry suit traps a pocket of warm air around the diver, who stays dry. These watertight suits keep a diver warmer since air cannot conduct heat away from the body as easily as water. A dry suit is most often used by people who dive in colder waters. It also protects by guarding the diver's skin against injury.
Are you guys enjoying your learning experience so far?
Divers regulate their stability with a buoyancy control device, commonly shortened to BC. This expandable bladder can be orally or mechanically inflated to increase buoyancy, making the diver rise, or deflated with a special valve to decrease buoyancy, making the diver descend. The jacket-like BC is mandatory for all scuba divers.
Like a duck's powerful webbed feet, fins provide a large, flat surface area that allows a diver to propel through the water easily and efficiently. The diver attaches them by slipping a foot into each fin's built-in foot pocket.
Oh yeah. I'll say once again for anyone who wasn't here, there's a little adjustment being made to genres. So we split up puzzle and educational because educational probably almost never get picked over puzzle a lot of times. And then over the next couple weeks, action's going to be split into two different categories: a 3D action, a 2D action. Like say a 2D action would be like arcade kind of action or stuff like that. 3D would be more like action adventure, a couple of things. And then sandbox would be pulled out of simulation and put into like one of those most likely, to make action less confusing.
Divers regulate their stability with a buoyancy control device, commonly shortened to BC. This expandable bladder can be orally or mechanically inflated to increase buoyancy, making the diver rise, or deflated with a special valve to decrease buoyancy, making the diver descend. The jacket-like BC is mandatory for all scuba divers.
A dive light is simply a waterproof flashlight. Depending on the type, they can either be battery-powered or rechargeable, with different degrees of candle power.
You know, you kind of gotta guess what you can click on here.
Gloves offer protection against cuts and abrasions. In colder water, a diver may wear gloves to keep their hands warm. Mask drops contain an anti-fogging solution that divers apply to the inside of the dive mask lens. A dive watch, or timer, helps the diver keep track of the elapsed time during a dive. The pressure gauge lets the diver monitor the amount of air left in the tank during a dive. Attached to the regulator, the gauge is continuously checked by the diver while underwater. This allows them to pace the dive and return to the surface without running out of air. The depth...
Oh shit, hold on, no, I missed part of that one. Go back. Thought he was done talking. Continue.
The pressure gauge lets the diver monitor the amount of airlift in the tank during a dive. Attached to the regulator, the gauge is continuously checked by the diver while underwater. This allows them to pace the dive and return to the surface without running out of air. The depth gauge tells the diver how deep they have descended below the water's surface. It is an important and necessary piece of equipment that helps the diver make certain not to exceed depth limits.
You done now? Okay.
Wetsuit boots are worn to protect the diver's feet, as well as keep them warm.
That's it?
Your window to the underwater world, a dive mask facilitates clear vision by holding an airspace in front of your eyes. With proper fit, the mask forms a seal around the diver's eyes and nose, creating a watertight pocket. It comes in a variety of sizes and styles, ranging from simple round or oval shapes to elaborate models with clear sides to allow for peripheral vision.
This simple piece of equipment allows the diver to rest at the surface without lifting their head from the water. It is little more than a mouthpiece attached to a tube that extends into the air above the water's surface. The snorkel is also used by swimmers who float face down on the surface and watch the sea life below, hence the term snorkeling.
The weight belt fits around the waist. Its weight helps counteract a diver's natural buoyancy, allowing the diver to become suspended in the water without either rising or sinking.
Okay, what's this thing? Nothing?
Divers regulate their stability with a buoyancy control device, commonly shortened to BC.
Oh, we've done that already. This thing?
Most dive knives fit into a
Okay.
sheath attached to the diver's leg.
Mm.
They are used if a diver becomes tangled and for protection. A dive knife can also be tapped on the air tank to get another diver's attention.
Hey, I'm tapping my knife. Hello. Ding ding. All right. I think we know enough about our suits here. I think we're ready to go diving. Wait, what? No, I don't want to exit. What the hell? Didn't it say the compass takes me to like the...
There are many oceans we can explore which are
Wait,
shown
what?
on this map. Select one area now or select the magnifying glass image at the bottom of the screen for an index of dive attractions and their locations.
Like I select the compass, right? Why did it take me to leave? You know, like... All right, so we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different locations to go to. Thing on the left. No, isn't this the sunset? Oh no, oh maybe that is a sunset. Okay, and this is the compass. I guess it is a sunset. Okay. Okay, fair enough. That could be. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it is a sunset thing, and that's a compass. This looks like this could be a sun if it was the right color. Like, why didn't they put like an actual kind of like compass thing on here? You know, whatever. Oh shit, there's like a bunch in here too. Okay. We have a lot of diving to do. We'll start from the top.
We're here. We've made it. Welcome to Palau.
Okay, now what do these things do? I'm guessing the snorkel's for diving.
Undiscovered by the Western world, Palau has been known to itself for ages. Village ruins tell of a matriarchal culture that existed here 1,000 years before the birth of Christ. Europeans stumbled on the islands in 1783, introducing diseases against which the native people had little immunity. Palau's population numbered some 40,000 people then. By 1900, it had dropped to only 4,000. Once again teeming with life, the islands are now home to an integrated mixture of people, from Polynesian and Malayan to German and American. You'll find a variety of languages spoken here too, although Palauan, Chukik, and English are the mainstays.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll check this before we check the goggles. Oh, wait, what the? Why is there a fish here? And we got to go back in there. So that brings us back to the map. Let's look at the fishy thing first.
Select any of the fish shown now.
Okay. The information about fish.
Pink anemone fish. These colorful fish take care of an anemone in exchange for protection and a place to live. They grow to 4 inches long. Rainforest butterfly fish. They are usually observed in pairs, and they feed on algae and small invertebrates. Adults average 6 inches long.
You could spend forever on these games, probably.
Blue-spotted ribbon-tail ray. This stingray can often be observed hiding under coral heads or ledges. It grows to a length of 7 feet.
Bowhand snapper. It is a carnivorous inshore fish with sharp jaw teeth and a flattened head. It grows to a length of 30 inches.
What's going to be interesting is how we treat 3D Atlas.
Pacific double-saddle butterfly fish. This fish is more common in lagoon reefs, where it feeds on both plants and animals. Adults average 6 inches in length.
Pinnate batfish, also known as spade fish. The juveniles of this solitary species find protection in mangroves. Adults are usually observed under coral heads and can grow to a length of 12 inches.
Clown triggerfish. These are one of the most prized aquarium fishes. They occur as solitary individuals as well as in small groups. They grow to lengths of 20 inches. Trumpet fish. This is the only member of its family found in the Indo-Pacific region. It comes in a variety of color patterns and grows to 32 inches long.
How's the volume, by the way? Need to be higher, or is it good?
Long-nosed butterfly fish. This fish prefers to hide under ledges and in caves and feeds on small prey. Adults are about 6 inches long.
Lunar tail glass eye. This nocturnal predator can change its color pattern quickly to a silvery pink with red bars. They grow to a length of 16 inches.
Humbug fish. These are damselfishes which gather in large groups around coral heads. If threatened, they dart into the protective reef. Adults grow to 3.5 inches.
A lot of these aren't really big fish.
Many spotted sweetlips. These juveniles mimic a toxic nudibranch sea slug. They grow to 24 inches. Black saddle grouper. A notorious carrier of toxic poisons, they feed on other fishes. Adults average 40 inches long.
Fishes. Are you supposed to say fishes or fish? It depends who you talk to, really.
Sweetlip emperor. This fish is found on the reef during the day, where it usually feeds periodically. At night, these fish feed over sandy bottoms. 36 inches is the average length of an adult.
Oh, click here to close. All right, so let's go dive in here then. Let's go diving.
We're here. We've made it. Welcome to Palau. We're in the warm waters of Palau, one of the most beautiful dive spots in the world. There is a mild current and our visibility is about 80 feet.
Why is there a thumbs down?
We'll be diving to a depth of 80 feet. Look closely at the ocean bottom because it's made up of tiny coral granules. There are some interesting creatures in these waters, including a variety of sharks, but we'll be safe. Humans arouse their curiosity more than their appetite. Select the thumb down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
That's a terrible image to go thumbs down when you want to go do something. Why? Who thought that was a good idea? It's used in diving. Probably. Just I didn't really have to use it in the video game,
Use your compass
though.
to navigate during a dive.
Guess it kind of makes sense when you're diving. Wait, what to navigate a dive? Shit, I missed what you said.
Now that we've made it down safely, press the left or right shift key on the top of the controller and then move the thumb pad to take a look around. You can get more details about things you see by passing your cursor over them. If a small dive mask appears, select the item with the A button so you can see and learn more. Don't forget to keep an eye out for lost treasure. When you're ready to go back to the surface, select the thumb up icon to ascend.
Okay.
These squirrelfish have large eyes which help them see food at night. During the day, the fish often hide in crevices.
Clownfish like to do work exchanges. They keep an anemone's tentacles clean and healthy in exchange for a place to hide.
There's a school of blue-striped grunts.
Soft corals don't lay down the same heavy calcium carbonate base as hard corals. Soft corals create a more delicate plant-like structure to house their polyps.
Barracuda may reach a length of 6 feet. They rely on their sharp eyesight, powerful teeth, and great speed to hunt.
Sharky.
Some gray sharks have found a cleaning station, an area where they can come to have parasites cleaned off by wrasses, small fish with beak-like teeth. It's a relationship that benefits them both. The shark gets clean, and the wrasse gets a meal. Various fish know about these cleaning stations, often waiting in line for their turn.
The shark car wash. Shark bath.
These domino damselfish are anemone dwellers, like their cousin, the clownfish.
Goodness, you can move the cursor faster.
Black-tipped reef sharks are generally shy, regarding divers in their wake of bubbles with a mixture of intrigue and caution. These graceful and accurate predators may display a territorial warning to an intruder by arching their back and jutting their lower jaw forward. Their mouth is capable of exerting 44,000 pounds per square inch of crushing force, so it's wise to heed their warning. This shark's close relatives are the gray and white-tipped reef shark. Each has a light body with a dusting of color on the tip of its head, tail, and fins. Hence the term tipped.
Wait. Did I just hear what I thought I heard? I'm just going to leave that one alone. What the heck are these things? Oh.
Isolated and without natural predators, these stingless jellyfish reside in one of Palau's landlocked saltwater lakes.
Look, some gray sharks have found a cleaning station.
Oh, no, we've seen that one already. I don't see any treasure over here. Nope. All right, let's dive up. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Make a safety stop by controlling your buoyancy for 3 minutes when you reach the 15 to 20 foot zone on all ascents.
All right, Truck Lagoon next.
We're now in Truck Lagoon. Take a look around.
The screensavers, yeah, I had those way back when.
Lightly sprinkled between the equator and Guam, Truck is one of a handful of tiny tropical South Pacific islands which make up Micronesia. The water surrounding the islands is called Truck Lagoon, which in turn is encircled by a barrier reef, giving Truck the distinction of having unusually protected waters. The reef is broken by small channels through which the island's residents, Truckee-speaking natives, are able to maneuver small boats for fishing and travel to other islands. Although Truk boasts some of the best of Micronesia's charm, visitors will notice one decidedly American influence. The currency on the island is U.S. dollars. During World War II, Truk served as a primary naval base for the Japanese fleet. Then, in 1944, the United States launched Operation Hailstorm, in which more than 100 planes and ships from both sides were lost to the sea. Because of this, the waters around the island, known as Truk Lagoon, are a watery monument to those who fought and perished in the battle.
This must be super relaxing to you after a long stream, Sharpie.
We're anchored in about 100 feet of water in an area filled with some very interesting sights, World War II relics. This area is well known for 100 or so World War II planes and shipwrecks that have become encrusted with coral. They have evolved into the largest collection of artificial reefs in the world. Visibility is about 50 feet. This will be a deep dive, so watch your bottom time. Select the thumb down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Down we go. Oop.
Equalize the pressure in your sinuses every few feet as you descend, before you feel discomfort. Once you feel discomfort, attempts to equalize won't work because the water pressure will keep the air passages shut.
I don't know.
It's tempting to think about collecting a souvenir or two off of these amazing wrecks. Fortunately, the Truk government has legislated protection of all artifacts. This ship will still be here long after all of us and all these fish are gone.
Interesting.
This is just one of 60 Japanese ships which were sunk here in 1944. Over 200,000 tons worth in all. Most were merchant ships. The Japanese had spotted a reconnaissance plane and cleverly moved most of their warships out of the area. Not that it makes any difference to all this coral today. With such a solid foundation, these little polyps have found a great place for themselves to live.
Yeah, I told my girlfriend you were using those. She's like, oh yeah, those work great. You know, they tell us to look for treasure, right? But it says the government says it's illegal to take anything from this spot.
With wrecks at a variety of depths, there's lots to explore for divers of every level of experience.
Oh wait, we're going up here too. Hang on, oh, let's go back. We started over here, right? Wait, what the hell is this?
This is the wreck of the Ayakoku Maru, just one of the 60 ships which ended up on the bottom of these waters. It was almost 500 feet long, and now sits here at a depth of 200 feet. More than just a collection of numbers, it's a silent memorial to the 400 people who lost their lives. Everywhere you look around here are reminders of a life above water. Lives that ended in 1944. when U.S. forces pounded the ships and planes of the Japanese forces. I wonder who sat at that table, who wore that gas mask. Now, all these artifacts provide surfaces for corals and invertebrates to flourish.
See, this is an interesting dive. This has a lot of stuff here. Like a lot of history.
It's tempting to think about collecting a souvenir or two off of these amazing wrecks.
Oh, no, we did that one already. And we did this one, right?
This is just one of 60 Japanese ships.
Yeah, we did that one too. I don't think we did this one, did we?
With wrecks at a variety of depths, there's lots to explore for divers of every level of experience.
Yeah, okay, yes, we did that. That's right, we're learning today.
I suppose we could try going up these stairs and knocking on the door. I doubt anyone would answer, but who knows what ghosts may lurk in these waters. So many life stories locked in the silence of this wreckage.
The fish in these waters will never know that they live in the midst of the greatest assortment of Japanese wreckage in the Pacific. To them, it's merely a wonderful platform for abundant life.
This gives new meaning to the term fish tank.
I still don't even know what that is for, so. That was a short video.
Who knows? Perhaps in time, some fish will evolve the ability to drive.
Oh, that guy, okay. I haven't seen him. But we're learning things. Or up we go. Thumbs up.
Never dive alone. Your buddy is there to help you if you have a problem.
We're all diving together, guys. So. All right. Next.
Welcome to beautiful Papua New Guinea.
Well, you guys get a bit of everything here. We play all the weird stuff.
Tucked neatly just south of the equator and north of Australia, Papua New Guinea is the last of a string of islands that stretch from Southeast Asia down to the Pacific. Though Europeans first sighted Papua New Guinea in 1512, archaeologists speculate that the first humans to populate the island arrived from China some 50,000 years ago. Coastal temperatures hover in the 80s, while the most mountainous inland areas stay cooler. Because of the island's splendid variety of terrain, weather patterns tend to vary with the altitude and the influence of prevailing air streams. If you want to master communication with the locals, learn a few words of Motu, the native tongue, before you go. You'll have a better time bargaining for local crafts with your pocket full of Papua New Guinea's currency, the kina.
All right, time to dive. We haven't found any treasure yet, though. We're slacking. No treasure.
We're in 60 feet of water with visibility at about 120 feet.
Right in my face.
The reefs in this area are some of the most pristine in the world. It should be a great dive. Like Fiji, these waters have some beautiful soft corals, but please don't touch them. One simple brush of a hand or fin can destroy the home of a whole colony of small sea animals. Select the thumb down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Well, you can literally just quit the game and go to the credits, honestly, but we're going to check out all the dives and the islands and see what they got. You know, probably take us a few hours, but, you know, it should be interesting to see, learn some of this stuff. That's right. Thumbs down %. Then thumbs up %.
Remember, if trouble arises, always stop, breathe normally, and think.
Okay. Are we on the bottom of the screen here?
This Christmas tree coral isn't a tree, of course, but rather a colony of tiny invertebrates capable of attracting their food-gathering tentacles back inside their stony encasement.
Like, look at this thing. This is like, no.
It's important to treat coral with care. It takes
get it.
thousands of years for these tiny little polyps to build the foundation of these magnificent reefs.
Well, you will have a game on Dreamcast that should be interesting to see how you go about that one. The, you know.
This giant plant receives nourishment from the algae, which photosynthesize sugars and starches in its beautifully colored mantle, in exchange for shelter and mineral nourishment.
Maybe I like it.
It looks like these golden spot gobies are doing a little work around the house today. They're conscientious parents, sharing in the duties of taking care of their eggs until they hatch.
Okay.
Coral is really amazing. Young larvae are free-swimming creatures. Once they settle, they change radically and become permanently fixed in one spot, either starting a new reef or building upon the deposits of their predecessors, creating a home for all these different fish. Coral is really amazing. Young larvae are free-swimming creatures. Once they settle, they change radically and become permanently fixed in one spot, either starting a new reef or building upon the deposits of their predecessors, creating a home for all these different fish.
Did anyone when they were younger have the, like, I think it was Encyclopedia Britannica program or something like that, for it was called? or have the National Geographic stuff like that, like the program stuff like that, all the things they have going on.
This is a green puffer. Its swimming action is reminiscent of a helicopter.
That was short.
This sweet lips is also known as a polka dot grunt.
Here's a blue pufferfish. It has several defenses. In addition to being self-inflating, its flesh is poisonous.
Well, that's not good. Poison flesh.
Look, a bumphead parrotfish.
Who names these things? A bumphead parrotfish.
Look, a bumphead parrotfish.
Well, what did that say it was?
Look, a bumphead parrotfish.
Weird names.
Coral, like this colorful sea rod, has a long family tree stretching back over 500 million years.
Going up.
To ascend, kick gently upward, staying upright. Check your path periodically.
It'd be more neat if they let us like swim around and explore stuff, but you know, limitations at the time. All right.
We're now anchored in the waters of the Solomon Islands. Feel free to explore.
Located just east of Papua New Guinea in the South Pacific Ocean, the 990 Solomon Islands look more like footprints on a path than a volcanic island chain. Although collectively the tiny islands are only slightly larger than Maryland, they have often been under worldwide scrutiny. The largest island, Guadalcanal, was the site of a bitter 6-month-long battle between the United States and Japan. Dozens of principal warships were lost in the conflict, giving Guadalcanal's surrounding waters the name Iron Bottom Sound. Today, remnants of war are still apparent, though life has continued on in the quiet and steady fashion of native Melanesians. About 120 languages are spoken here, although Melanesian Pidgin is generally the most widely recognized. Currency is a Solomon Islands dollar, which breaks up into 100 cents. The tropical weather centers around the 80-degree mark, and easy access to tropical waters and dense rainforest allows for year-round fishing and forestry, the inhabitants' principal means of support.
Let's go diving.
We're anchored in about 40 feet of water with visibility at about 100 feet. Our maximum depth will be about 50 feet. The terrain here is covered with soft corals. This area is not visited by as many divers as other places will visit, so the fish may be less accustomed to humans. Select the thumb-down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Uh-oh, angry fish. Down we go.
As you dive, you'll need to equalize the pressure in the air spaces in your ears. A healthy diver can do this by holding the nose and gently blowing through it. Swallowing and moving the jaw from side to side may also help.
All right, let's start at the bottom here. That looks just like the last thing we found.
The giant green clam is a mollusk whose ancestors date back to the Paleozoic era, over 500 million years ago. That's a yellow blunt-armed sea star. Its body is centered around its mouth.
This sleeping parrotfish has created a protective mucus bubble for itself, sort of like an underwater mosquito net, perhaps.
Wow, that's weird.
There's a fire blenny, sometimes called a flame flicker. You'll usually find these little fish playing hide and seek in holes and under rocks. All sea snakes, like this banded one, are venomous, although they are normally gentle, only biting when provoked. They can hold their breath for hours, occasionally surfacing for air.
Like, it looks like I should be able to do stuff with this, but I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to grab it and put it in the treasure thing or something. Who knows?
Soft corals create a more delicate plant-like structure to house their polyps. Soft corals don't lay down the same heavy calcium carbonate base as hard corals.
Do you guys like these educational games now and then?
That black-nosed alligator fish is waiting to snap up some lunch, a true master of the art of camouflage. The creatures of the reef are a testament to adaptation. Some, like that unicorn fish, have a distinct advantage when it comes to sticking their nose into small coral crevices to find food, while others, like that cuttlefish, have two retractable tentacles that help them reach out and grab what they want.
Hello there. Oh, I can't click on you, huh?
That's a lionfish. They'll maneuver their prey into a tight spot, then spread out their fins to corner them, just before they gulp them down. Soft corals create a more delicate plant-like structure to house their polyps. Soft corals don't lay down the same heavy calcium carbonate base as hard corals.
did these. I don't know if we did this one.
These skunk clownfish have a mutually beneficial relationship with this blue carpet anemone. The fish bring food to the anemone, and the anemone protects them with its tentacles.
Turtle.
There's a sea turtle, a real long-distance swimmer.
All right, looks like we're clear on this one. Going up. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in this, like, you know.
Stay near your buddy. If your regulator fails, you will need to buddy breathe by sharing your dive partner's air. Welcome to Australia.
Hello, Australia.
Australia was a component of medieval European mythology long before the continent was ever known to actually exist. Geographers believe that a great southland, which they call Terra Australis, existed to balance out Asia and Europe. In 1606, Dutch explorers in the South Pacific found a landmass about the size of the United States, with terrain that ranged from rugged coastlines to a largely desolate interior.
Lovely, Herc, lovely.
They immediately knew that they had found Terra Australis. More than a century later, the British, in an effort to clean up English society, transplanted a total of 150,000 convicts to what is now Sydney. The new residents, mostly ordinary people accused of petty crimes, found the tropical and temperate climate to be a far cry from their foggy homeland, with summer falling in December and winter in July. These early pioneers settled throughout the vast expanses of the country, which today attracts tourists from around the world. English is the official language, although native people such as the Aborigines keep the country's ancient tongues alive. The currency here is the Australian dollar. Besides its historical population, Australia is home to an amazing collection of unique animals like the koala bear and the kangaroo, as well as the largest living barrier reef. This huge group of organisms forms a lacy chain in the South Pacific Ocean just off the country's northern coast, astounding marine biologists with its sheer size and complexity.
All right, let's dive.
We're above the largest barrier reef in the world. The depth here is about 60 feet. Not only is this the largest barrier reef, but it is also the largest structure of living creatures on this planet. Visibility is a thrilling 200 feet. Let's
Really?
stay
That's
above
weird.
40 feet on this dive.
Huh.
Select the thumb down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Anyone know what year this game was released? I haven't been to a zoo in quite some time. I used to love the zoo.
Equalize the pressure in your mask by blowing through your nose.
95, okay. Yeah, that's not too bad. All right. Start at the corner over here.
There are many kinds of clownfish who like to call anemones their home.
Oops.
There are many kinds of...
Right. Oh.
There are many kinds of clownfish who like to call anemones their home. Watch that cuttlefish carefully.
Oh, jeez.
He's a relative of the octopus and squid, and shares their ability to change color at will.
For?
Muscles in the skin contract and concentrate pigment in special cells called chromatophores. Personally, I call it magic. Coral provides a safe haven for numerous types of reef fish. Careful, the spines on the top of that crown of thorns sea star are venomous. This type of sea star munches its way across a reef, leaving a trail of dead coral behind it.
Oh, that's good. Venomous stuff.
That's not seaweed. That's a leafy sea dragon, the world's largest seahorse, at 1 foot long and one of the most amazing examples of camouflage you'll ever see. Its fleshy flaps and weedy trailers help it blend into the world of seaweed. Coral reefs are like oases amidst the sea's deserts. The mass of a reef is made up of the skeletal remains of coral organisms that died a long time ago. The reef's color comes from the living coral polyp animals which cover the surface. These polyps are covered with millions of tiny tentacles which they use for both breathing and food gathering.
We do this one?
Careful. The spines on the top of that crown of thorns sea star are venomous.
Oh yeah, we did this one.
This type of sea star munches its way across a reef, leaving a trail of dead coral behind it.
All right, so let's do the middle here.
Coral reefs are like oases amidst the sea's deserts. The mass of a reef is made up of the skeletal remains of coral organisms that died a long time ago. The reef's color comes from the living coral polyp animals which cover the surface.
Oh, we did this one too.
These polyps are covered with millions of tiny tentacles which they use for both breathing and food gathering.
I know we didn't do this one.
There's a jewfish. They're a large grouper with a big appetite. Some weigh in as close to half a ton.
Ooh.
That's a lot of fish.
It could suck up a lot of stuff there.
These wrasse are a strange bunch. If the dominant male disappears, the dominant female is capable of turning into a male overnight.
What?
Permanently.
That's not weird. Not at all.
The cod at Australia's famous Cod Hole believe in the power of human touch. Coral provides a safe haven for numerous types of reef fish. Jellyfish are beautiful, but let's keep a safe distance. Their trailing tentacles are usually covered with stinging cells.
Good idea. Yeah, I remember those little charts they used to give you, like the deeper you go and like the farther, like the pressure is and stuff like that. Then they get like weirder, and some of them have like lights on them and stuff like that.
These batfish are an interesting bunch. To avoid capture or detection, they'll sometimes lie on their side and play dead, floating like a leaf. Or they might enjoy getting a facial from some cleaner fish.
Are you the same ones?
These batfish are an interesting bunch. To avoid capture or detection, they'll sometimes lie on their side and play dead, floating like a leaf. Or they might enjoy getting a facial from some cleaner fish.
Yeah, for sure. But they're, like slowly getting there over time, learning things and kind of getting deeper. Robots and stuff like that.
The great white shark grows to more than 20 feet in length and is one of the most feared creatures in the sea, and with good reason.
Every year, finding out new stuff. All right, going up.
When you ascend, put the instruments that track your ascent rate in view. Then face your buddy, look to the surface, and select a clear path.
Okay. That was cool. Some interesting fish there. All right. Fiji.
We've cleared customs here in Fiji. Feel free to explore the islands or go diving.
Explore the islands. Unless you mean this thing.
Fiji's 300 islands are scattered haphazardly in the Pacific Ocean,
Oh, 300.
1,500 miles north of New Zealand. Although only 10 of these are said to be inhabited, most of Fiji's residents live on two major islands, Viti Levu and Vanua Levu. Although Fijians have lived quietly in this region for many centuries, international interest in the islands did not peak until the United States conducted an official survey expedition in the 1840s. Today, Fiji's unusually mountainous countryside is still populated by descendants of the same Fijian and Indian natives who met the Americans years ago. It's easy for English-speaking travelers to get around, since the official language here is English, although most natives also speak Fijian. Buying some of the locally grown goods is easy too, since Fijian currency is comprised of dollars and cents. The tropical climate and more than 100 inches of rain annually make Fiji a primarily agricultural community, with acres of sugarcane, coconuts, and cassava harvested each year.
Nice. Cool stuff. Time to dive. Going down.
We're in the warm waters of Fiji, anchored at a depth of 30 feet. This area is famous for its beautiful soft corals. There is a mild current, and visibility is around 80 feet. Our maximum depth will be approximately 40 feet. Select the thumb down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Let's go.
As you near the bottom, add small amounts of air to your BC to slow the speed of your descent.
All right, let's start over here and work our way over. That seems to be the best bet, kind of get through this. That's why I try to
Sea
not miss
turtles are
anything.
fascinating. Once they hatch and enter the sea, only the females return to shore in order to lay their eggs. That's a lot of swimming.
That is a lot of swimming.
There's a pencil urchin.
That didn't give much information.
These cabbage coral demonstrate a design which allows for each polyp to receive an equal share of light. One by one, the tiny polyps add up to a vast reef, to the obvious delight of these striped grunts. The giant clam can grow to over 4 feet in length, making it the world's largest mollusk. Watch out. If it senses a shadow passing over, it will slam shut.
Ooh.
There's a beautiful parrotfish and a biscuit starfish.
Biscuits.
This queen parrotfish is one of the larger reef-dwelling fish. Their teeth form a powerful beak, which they use to bite off bits of living coral, a main part of their diet. I'm surprised she can sleep so comfortably right on top of that helmet shell.
You found a piece that looks an awful lot like a fragment of the Steenwick china. You see, in 1668, Cornelius Steenwick, the newly elected governor of New York, ordered a set of blue and white china from overseas. Some pieces are said to have been unpacked by sailors and lost overboard along the way to New York.
I found a bunch of those and didn't say anything. Maybe because I was clicking on it other than that. It's possible. Maybe I clicked on it too many times. I don't know. Yeah, see, I don't know. Whatever. Hello.
Most filefish range from 5 to 10 inches in length. This scrawled filefish is the largest of all,
It's huge.
capable of growing to a length of 40 inches.
Aren't parrotfish beautiful?
Some of these little clips are weird, you know. They don't really give a lot of exposition.
Review your weight system and mentally rehearse ditching it in case of an emergency every time you dive.
All right. So we're done with the South Pacific. One down. 6 more to go. Okay, there's only 2 here. Check out the fish first.
Select any of the fish shown now. Spotted trunkfish. Described as a solid bony box with holes for the eyes, mouth, fins, and vent. It may discharge a toxin into the water for defense. They grow to a length of 6 inches.
Moorish Idol. This fish lives in the shallow waters around tropical reefs. Young fish have a sharp spine near the mouth, which changes to a protuberance near the eyes with maturity. It grows to 8 inches long.
Bluefin trevally. They are common to eastern and western Pacific waters. They collect in Micronesia in April in large numbers for spawning. They grow to about 3 feet.
Scythe triggerfish, or lay triggerfish. Slow-moving, solitary shallow water fish named for a locking mechanism of the dorsal fin spines. This mechanism allows the fish to wedge itself into a safe crevice. Its diet includes algae, crustaceans, and sea urchins. The maximum length is less than 9 inches. White-tip reef shark. This shark spends most of the day resting in caves or in groups on the bottom. Some individuals use the same cave for years. It becomes most active at night. It's often accompanied by cleaner fish, which eat the shark's skin parasites. It's been known to attack humans. This shark grows to 7 feet long. Blue-lined snapper. This snapper was introduced into Hawaiian waters in 1956 from Moire, French Polynesia, and is now abundant. Some grow to lengths of 15 inches, although 10 inches is more common.
Is that so? Look at this guy.
Variegated lizardfish. It hunts like a reptile by sitting quietly on the bottom and lunging at fish that swim by. It prefers inshore shallow water. It matures at 10 inches. Orange spine unicorn fish. Juveniles are in great demand and captured for the aquarium store trade. This fish feeds on brown algae and grows to a length of 18 inches.
Big-scale soldierfish. This member of the squirrelfish family is the most common in Hawaii. Big eyes help this nocturnal hunter forage along the sea floor.
Yeah, they do have big eyes.
It reaches about 11 inches in length.
Huge eyes.
Gold ring surgeonfish. These fish are equipped with a pair of compact, razor-sharp switchblades near the tail. It feeds on small particles by whisking comb-like teeth over feeding areas. It matures to 7 inches.
All right. That's all the fish for this area. Let's pick a place to go. Go to Maui first.
We've arrived in the waters of Maui.
Maui draws people for two reasons: because it is civilized and because it isn't. Here on the second largest of the Hawaiian Islands, those who venture into Maui's wilderness can find both untouched tropical countryside and contemporary lodgings. On the rural end, Maui has a splendid variety of astounding natural features. Among them, Haleakala, the world's largest dormant volcano. This 10,000-foot mountain casts a matronly shadow over the eastern part of the island, encompassing in its wide slopes everything from farms to rainforests to sharp cliffs. Heaven is what most visitors feel they have found when they come to Maui. From the whimsical whaling town of Lahaina to the resort-studded beaches of Kaanapali, there are comfortable digs, fabulous native cuisine, Olympic-level shopping opportunities, and a range of outdoor pursuits. On top of Maui's pleasures, you have festive tropical weather. There are two seasons here. One, from April to November, ranges in the 80s. The rest of the year centers in the 70s. If you get too warm, you can cool off in the ocean, which stays at a pleasant 75 to 80 degrees almost year-round.
That's nice. Let's go diving.
We're anchored in 90 feet of water with visibility at about 80 feet. Our maximum depth will be about 60 feet. This underwater terrain is very rocky because of the volcanic origin of the island. Select the thumb-down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Let's go. You guys go swimming or ever enjoy swimming or stuff like that?
Your night dive visibility is determined by the power of your dive light.
I haven't gone swimming in years. I imagine if I had a pool, though, I probably would.
These black damselfish, lemon tangs, and long-snouted butterfly fish are a testament to the harmony of life on the reef, not to mention the beauty.
It's hard to tell whether this trumpet fish is swimming forwards or backwards. The false eye on its tail doesn't make it any easier.
It's a bit like one of those like foam swords. Kinda.
These black damselfish, lemon tangs, and long-snouted butterfly fish are a testament to the harmony of life on the reef,
Those are pretty
not
fish.
to mention the beauty. These black damselfish, lemon tangs, and long-snouted butterfly fish are a testament to the harmony of life on the reef, not to mention the beauty.
More dinnerware. People really love to...
You found an old blue and white plate. Back in the 19th century, children worked in factories, stenciling designs onto ceramic plates. Once in a while, one of their fingers would slip and a fingerprint would end up in the design.
People really love to throw their plates in the ocean, huh?
This hawksbill turtle doesn't seem to notice that remora, which seems to want to attach itself in order to get a free ride. He seems a lot more interested in us and demonstrating his considerable swimming ability. This is obviously not a fearful creature. It's hard to say who's more interested in whom.
Okay. Okay, let's continue over here. Nothing. All right, let's go up here then.
Here comes a pygmy killer whale. He's a lot smaller than his namesake, but has a reputation for being aggressive. These Pacific spotted dolphins look like they're interested in performing a water ballet for us. They're probably zapping us with their sonar and checking us out at the same time.
Check you guys out.
Unlike the colorful full-time inhabitants of the reef, migrating pelagic fish are fast-moving, strong swimmers, most of whom share a silvery color and often travel in large schools.
Ooh, you were big.
That leaping behavior is called breaching. These humpback whales are famous for it. No one knows for sure why they do it, but it certainly looks like fun. Humpbacks are easily identifiable by their lumpy heads and long, white, wing-like flippers. Every summer they return to these waters from their feeding grounds far to the north, in the icy waters of Alaska. Here they will mate and calve. Humpbacks are famous for their haunting songs, but I don't think we'll hear any today. Apparently, singing is the province of the solitary male.
Good, good. Just working our way through the places. Ustash, how are you? We're learning things. We still got plenty of diving left. Alright, that's Maui. Going up. How are you today?
If you're planning on traveling soon, you should know that it's recommended to wait 12 hours after scuba diving before getting on an airplane.
I'm having a good time, though. I like learning things. I like all the games we play. Whether they're my cup of tea or not, I enjoy the experience. Said it many times before, and I'll continue to say it. Alright, to Hawaii we go.
Aloha! We're anchored in a small lagoon on the Kona Coast at the Big Island of Hawaii.
Tell me more.
The Hawaiian Islands were first discovered in the late 1700s by European explorers who quickly obtained power from the native people, descendants of whom can still be found in this land of perpetual summer. Located about 2,000 miles from the coast of California, Hawaii holds the unusual distinction of being the only American state that was once a royal kingdom. Only 100 years ago, this isolated volcanic chain was ruled by Queen Liliuokalani, whose monarchy was eliminated when the islands were annexed and ultimately declared the 50th addition to the United States. Year-round air and water temperatures average in the 70s and 80s, providing an excellent climate for both land and ocean exploration. Besides a host of tropical rainforests, waterfalls, and colorful wildlife, Hawaii is perhaps most famous as one of the world's most volcanically active sites.
Not really. We're just kind of gonna you can just, when you quit, it goes to the credits, right? We're just gonna explore all the dive sites and see what the videos and all that stuff say. Kind of like explore the game through, because it seems like you're just listen to the videos about the place. You go to the diving sites, you learn about the fish and everything there. So we're just going through them all.
We're anchored in 35 feet of 74-degree water. Visibility is at 100 feet. We'll stick to a maximum depth of 45 feet. Go much deeper and we might miss out on the sea turtles. Select the thumb-down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
If you can't equalize, ascend to a shallower depth and try again. If you still can't equalize, quit diving immediately.
And I'm sure everyone's fine from that. It gives people kind of a deep perspective on the game and get to kind of learn some stuff.
A crucifix. What good sailor would dare cross the ocean without some divine intervention around his neck?
What? Okay. Exactly.
The rocks and corals provide an endless banquet for those butterfly fish. Along with their cousins, the angelfishes, there are over 150 species, each with its own riot of color. Believe it or not, the Hawaiian Islands are still growing. As molten lava flows into the sea, it cools and forms an ever-growing landmass. It was through this same process that the Hawaiian Islands were born, each in turn drifting to the northwest and being replaced by the ever-flowing lava behind it. The lava is over 1,000 degrees. I think we should probably get back a little further.
Do.
There's no mistaking the beautiful Moorish Idol with its long trailing dorsal fin.
You found a treasure most fortune hunters dream about. This Spanish doubloon bears a shield of Philip V on one side and a cross on the other side.
Okie dokie.
Look over there, it's a flounder. They're always looking up,
They move
even when
fast.
they're lying down.
Where'd I gotta go?
These shells were often used by King Kamehameha's court in traditional ceremonies.
Well, that's a big image of you, huh? Did I? We'll just do it like this.
Hawaii's lava flows create a magical landscape underwater. Like many other islands, Hawaii is the product of volcanic activity, where molten material emerged through a crack in the ocean floor. Over thousands of years, the lava flows pile up and build a volcanic mountain. When the tip of the mountain breaks the water's surface, it becomes an island, like Hawaii. But island status isn't enough to stop lava from flowing. So, as you can see, Hawaii just keeps on growing.
Those dolphins have ancestors who once lived on land. Like their cousins, the whales, they have within their flippers and flukes bones which correspond to our fingers and toes. To watch them swim, it's hard to believe there aren't any fish in their family tree.
Okay, more things to look at.
Despite their name, these pilot whales are really in the dolphin family. More than any other kind of whale or dolphin, they're in the habit of stranding themselves in large groups upon the shore, where they all die. No one really knows why.
Oh, that's sad.
Despite their name, these pilot whales are really in the dolphin family. More than any other kind of whale or dolphin, they're in the habit of stranding themselves in large groups upon the shore, where they all die. No one really knows why.
What's your favorite Borderlands, Usash? I think I've done this one. Maybe.
The rocks and corals provide an endless banquet for those butterfly fish. Along with their cousins, the angelfishes, there are over 150 species, each with its own riot of color.
These giant Pacific Manta Rays live on a diet of tiny food, which
Who's my
they
favorite
filter
too?
out through specially adapted gills. Fortunately for us, they're very friendly and lack any kind of stinger. That green sea turtle comes from a long line of great swimmers. Some of his relatives reach a length of over 7 feet and weigh 1,500 pounds. Even though sea turtles travel over vast areas of the ocean, the females eventually return to lay their own eggs on the same remote beach where they themselves were hatched.
3 was kind of eh.
Despite their name, these pilot whales are
this thing
really in
again.
the dolphin family. More than any other kind of whale or dolphin, they're in the habit of stranding themselves in large groups upon the shore, where they all die. No one really knows why.
All right, that's gonna be Hawaii.
If you encounter trouble during a dive, remember to first stop, then gain control of your breathing, analyze the situation, and finally determine how to solve your problem.
And that's our second dive location done too. 2 down, 5 to go. Check out the fish first. Ooh, look at this.
Select any of the fish shown now.
Octopus. These often shy creatures are able to change their coloration to match their surroundings. They grow to about 12 inches. Giant kelp fish. This fish has the ability to change its color according to where it lives. It grows to 24 inches.
I love aquariums and stuff like that, you know. They're such a good time.
Pacific electric ray, also called a torpedo ray. This ray uses electricity discharged from a special pair of organs at the base of the pectoral fins for defense and to stun prey. It grows to a maximum of 4.5 feet wide and 90 pounds in weight.
Horned shark. Their mouth is unlike that of any other shark, with unusually curved dental plates and many tiny teeth. They grow to about 4 feet long. Blue shark. This open ocean fish is characterized by sharp nose, slender body, and long pectoral fins. The mature individuals average 13 feet long. Flounder. The eggs of the flounder are pelagic and hatch about 12 days after spawning. They grow to 14 inches.
I used to love those charts for like the sharks and the different animals all the time. I used to collect the National Geographic little inserts they give you, what you could clip into a binder when I was young.
California scorpion fish. These relatives of rockfish lay eggs embedded in transparent, pear-shaped cases. It grows to 17 inches. Garibaldi, a territorial inhabitant of California's kelp beds that produces loud clicking noises at feeding time. Adults may grow to 14 inches long.
Spanish shawl nudibranch. Nudibranch means naked gill and refers to the feathery respiratory organs on the back. They eat a range of unappetizing creatures, including stinging anemones. The adults average 3 to 5 inches long.
Lavender sculpin. This fish usually lives in the sand at the base of a reef. Adults average 10 inches long.
Rosy Rockfish, a solitary crevice dweller who feeds on crustaceans and mollusks. They grow to 14 inches.
See, you guys are having fun.
Blacksmith. They are from the damselfish family. They feed on plankton during the day, then return to the protection of a reef at night. Adults average 12 inches in length.
All right, let's go diving, guys. Manta Ray.
Welcome to the cold but incredibly lush and beautiful waters of Manta Ray.
Oh, look at them.
Immortalized in John Steinbeck's novel Cannery Row, the Manta Ray area on the central coast of California is a colorful element of California's rich history. Settled with the founding of Franciscan missions in 1770, Manta Ray has been under both Spanish and Mexican rule, even serving as capital of Alta California until 1846, when California became part of the United States. Manta Ray, with its alternately sunny and misty weather, possesses the warmth of its Spanish heritage blended with some of the most beautiful coastal countryside in the world. Here, modern-day explorers can meander along the craggy coastline, through Del Monte Forest with its elegant old mansions, and on toward the Pebble Beach Golf Course. In recent years, many areas have been restored to the period of their heyday. Along the waterfront, much can be seen of the former sardine industry that made Manta Ray the fish canning capital of the world until the local sardine population disappeared in the late 1940s.
What do you mean, is it filtered? Let's go diving.
Get ready for a cold dive, 50 degrees cold. There is a very light current and visibility is at a rather low 30 feet. What we're lacking in visibility, however, should be made up by some incredible sights, including dramatic kelp forests. Our maximum depth on this dive will be about 50 feet, along a very rocky bottom. Be aware of the sea lions. These animals are very friendly and playful, but they can inflict a painful bite if they feel threatened. Select the thumb-down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Yeah, all Japanese games are on there as well. NTSC PAL and Japanese games are all on there. Just nothing, all licensed stuff, though, nothing unlicensed. Or no unofficial stuff like that. Same thing with the TGCD list. There's it's split between the TurboGrafx S16 and then the TGCD. Yeah, some of those things we'll have to curate a bit, obviously, but we can curate them as we get to those.
Always keep track of your depth and air supply.
All right. The only lists that aren't finished right now are PS1 and then everything from the 7th gen. Still need to be finished. But I think Hippolyte is currently working on PS1.
Forks. Check out the forks you found. Manta Ray saw many Spanish galleons on their way up the California coast. These forks are definitely from one of those ships. They're handmade, much different from today's silverware. There's a skate, a member of the Ray family, hiding out in the sand, so watch closely. There it goes. Looks like a watch. It's still going. Of course, it's a Timex.
Oh. Timex, huh? Go figure.
This rock crab is a member of the arthropod family. Notice the crab's egg sac that hangs down underneath, where it will carry its eggs until they hatch.
This is Oceans Below, Glenn, where we take in life as a diver and check out the oceans of the world.
There's a red anemone, and there's a burrowing tube anemone. Look closely. the rainbow nudibranch is going to try to kill and eat the burrowing tube anemone. This looks like a piece of blue willow china. It's not all that old, but what a treasure you found.
Eels look scary, so they get a bad rap sometimes. But as you can see, this friendly wolf eel just wants somebody to love. Although the wolf eel looks like other types of eels, he is actually a fish, a member of the blenny family.
What a treasure. This Portuguese coin from 1768 has King Jose's shield on the front and a beautiful cross on the back. Although Portugal was one of the first major explorers of the oceans, they seem to have lost fewer treasures to the sea.
This is a greenling, a fish who lives in the kelp. Beautiful and strange, jellyfish are spineless or invertebrate creatures.
Touch forever.
They move through the open sea, using their poisonous tentacles to paralyze and capture small prey. Their color may change with diet, ranging from brown to the brilliant hue of a purple medusa.
Medusa, huh? Hello there, Mr. Hiding. That's a trick. I don't
Fish
see a
like
cage.
these blue sharks owe part of their fierce reputation to Hollywood. Although they don't usually seek out humans, they are highly adaptive predators, well suited to surviving in the sea. Sharks have an exceptionally sharp sense of smell, a trait which allows them to detect one part of blood in a million parts of water. As you can tell, they've smelled our little feast here at the cage, so hold on and keep your hands in, because we're in for a bumpy time.
It's quite a strong sense of smell.
Here's a squid, one of the most powerful swimmers in the mollusk family, and a torpedo ray.
The hermit crab, with its formidable shell and pincers, is able to ward off many ocean predators, even the occasional surprise visitor, like this seabird.
Well, hello there. Hiding over there.
Protected from the cold, temperate seas by thick layers of blubber, harbor seals glide through Manta Ray's beautiful kelp forests in search of a meal. By diving underwater, this female is able to catch fish, crustaceans, and squid for dinner.
All right. Let's go up.
As a rule, swim into the current until 1/3 of your area is used, and swim with the current on the second third. This should leave plenty of air for your ascent.
Okay. We're slowly working our way through. The Channel Islands next.
We've arrived in the waters around California's largest islands, the Channel Islands.
So I'm curious, Sharpie. I remember when I early on when I first came in and we just started doing this kind of challenge stuff like that. And you were looking at the whole scope of it, and you said you were going to check back in a year and see how I felt about things. I'm enjoying it. How do you feel about it a year later? Well, it's over a year later, honestly, but yeah.
20 miles off the coast of Southern California, the Channel Islands present a variety of terrain from wind-blown dunes to dramatic sharp cliffs. The small group of islands was first sighted by Portuguese explorer Juan Rodrigues Cabrillo in 1542, who is believed to have later been buried on his favorite island, Santa Rosa. Many years later, in 1843, the island was given to the Cabrillo family, who settled there and raised sheep until the early 1900s.
This is cool.
Perhaps the most famous of the Channel Islands is Santa Catalina, which is the only island with a substantial permanent population. Formerly owned by the Wrigley family of chewing gum fame, most of Catalina is now in the hands of a private conservancy.
Ripley's
The other
Gum owns it?
islands are either managed by the Channel Islands National Park or owned and used by the Navy. A few of the smaller islands are only available to daytime visitors who possess a special permit. Hikers can explore the meadows and beaches of these largely deserted islands, while the waters lure fishermen and divers. The temperate marine climate varies with seasons and weather changes, although those who venture out to the channels usually find hospitable enough weather for a picnic overlooking the magnificent Pacific Ocean.
Let's dive. Boom. Yeah. I think that's probably the most fun thing about it. You can really see pretty much anything here.
Like Monterey, the Channel Islands have some very cold waters. We're anchored in 20 feet of water with visibility at 80 feet. Good for these waters. Kelp can be very thick in this area. Watch your air supply carefully so that you can return to the boat underwater. Select the thumb-down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Probably the only hard thing I still have yet to navigate is there's so many consoles, a lot of things get slighted. So as time goes by, I kind of have to figure little ways to kind of inject more of other stuff in there. Maybe just like slide it, like little ones in between things or something. I don't know. We'll see. Going down.
Begin your dive by swimming underwater into the current. You can tell the direction of the current by looking at any of the lines trailing from the boat or the fronds of a kelp forest.
All right, let's start over here in the corner. Work our way around.
Spiny lobsters and eels are both creatures that like to hide under rocks, in this case, the same rock. A good reason to always look carefully before you stick your hand in anywhere.
I think it kind of best, because when we're going to list for picking games, when you got to look at this. So there's all these different consoles, right? And when you have such little time to pick things, by how they come up, some stuff is just going to get completely slighted. Actually, a lot of stuff's going to get completely slighted because they don't. No one wants to really waste their chance with something, and there's so many different options. So something someone might find good, like say they might love like 40, 50 games on one console. They'll prioritize the first 10 they really love the most because they know they have all these other consoles they like too, and those other ones that are still probably good or interesting will just kind of lay under the water. Because they just want to get a little bit of everything from different kind of things in there. So if I kind of pull some of that stuff to the light, or just stuff that people won't normally pick at all to the light, gives it more of a chance. Especially if I pick stuff that's of the shorter nature that you can kind of like push through in a day.
Spiny lobsters and eels are both creatures that like to hide under rocks, in this case, the same rock. A good reason to always look carefully before you stick your hand in anywhere.
You found a pair of sunglasses.
Boy.
Every year, hundreds of sunglasses are lost to the waters around the Channel Islands. Recently, divers have even reported seeing a few trend-setting fish wearing a pair of shades.
Fish wearing sunglasses? Uh-huh.
A giant kelp fish. How beautiful. Well, I guess it has an appointment somewhere.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I can understand the struggle to pick, right? Because there's so much. There's so much even I want to see, too. And I can look at that, oh, but what about this, when, what's it called? El Masta spun the whole, he picks console, I pick game, and I was looking at Sega Master System. I'm like, yeah, I could pick some of this stuff, but I'll pick something just kind of that could be interesting but weird at the same time, just from what I know about it. And I'm like, it seems like an adventure just to play it, and so I picked Alf.
Eels like this green moray prefer the convenience of living and working out of their home. They usually reside in a crevice, ready to snap up any tasty-looking morsel like this rockfish that happens by.
Oh yeah, and there's so much more of that, of those games to come too.
You found a handy artifact. On the end of this chain is a brass toothpick. These were common among shipmates.
Like, I'm thinking, so we're going to finish 3DO week before the week's over, right? And after that, I have to do the first 2 games of CDI, so I'm thinking I'm going to save them for Monday. So that'll leave us Friday and maybe Thursday night. I might not be on at all for Thanksgiving, honestly, because I got to cook all day in the morning and stuff. We'll see how things go. But I figure I might say I'll bust out the PlayStation or something, or one that's not picked that off on our Game Boy, and play some, quick games, like stuff like that, just little things, maybe some sports, fighters, some stuff like that, just kind of poke around with some stuff.
Several years ago, these California sea otters were in trouble. Increasingly dependent on handouts from well-meaning humans, the otters suffered a serious drop in population. They had gotten so used to having food provided for them that they were no longer self-sufficient. So a law was passed prohibiting the public from feeding otters, seals, and sea lions, and today the number of California sea otters is back up.
Look at them. Look at that face. Look at that face. He's like, hey.
You found an American double eagle. American ships sometimes carried large quantities of these. This $20 gold piece is from 1850 and may have belonged to a treasure hunter bound for the gold-rich hills of California.
I also want to give myself more of a leeway on games picks for the main list. I think I might keep it up to like 15. So until I catch up to 15 each game I beat from now, we'll do another we'll pull another genre, because with so many consoles, I have to vet some things and make sure stuff works good, and having extra time for that stuff is nice.
If you dive at night, your dive light lets you see fish you don't usually see during the day. You see day fish sleeping too. Here we have a red Irish lordfish, a swell shark, and a small octopus, all nocturnal animals.
So we'll be picking our fighting game, Fight or Beat 'em Up, when we finish Oceans Below.
If you dive at night, your dive light lets you see fish you don't usually see during the day.
I saw you
You
already.
see day fish sleeping too. Here we have a red Irish lordfish, a swell shark, and a small octopus, all nocturnal animals. Home to an immeasurable variety of sea life, kelp is a kind of algae, the cold water equivalent of a coral reef. The giant kelp of the Pacific Ocean forms dense underwater forests with graceful fronds that may reach as much as 100 feet in length, providing a safe place for creatures such as these blacksmith fish.
Those things.
There's a horned shark. Though it's only a foot long, it's well on its way
pretty
to
much.
maturity. In fact, horned sharks only grow to be 3 feet in length. Their mouth is unlike any other shark's, with dental plates curving inward and many minute sharp teeth. The perfect design for munching along the ocean bottom in search of a tasty mollusk.
Nice, relaxing play.
This graceful sea lion pup feeds on the squid, anchovy, and rockfish abundant in the cold waters around the Channel Islands. At maturity, a male may weigh as much as 600 pounds, while a female weighs only 200 pounds. Although sea lions resemble seals, the two animals are actually from entirely different families. You can tell the difference by looking at the head. Sea lions have external ears, while seals do not.
If you dive at night, your dive light lets you see fish you don't usually see during the day. You see day fish sleeping too. Here we have a red Irish lordfish, a swell shark, and a small octopus, all nocturnal animals.
Those beautiful orange fish are Garibaldi. Members of the damselfish family, they're far tougher than they look. Although they don't get any bigger than 11 inches, they'll defend their territory against all comers.
All right. Looks like we're good for this one.
Ascend at a rate of 40 feet per minute or less. Make a safety stop at 15 feet for 3 minutes to allow your internal pressure to equalize.
All right. Channel Islands is done. And California Coast is done. That's 3 of 7. So what we're about 2 hours in on this. It depends. I'm trying to figure probably like 5 or 6 hours because it really depends. Like the South Pacific had 7 islands to go to, little areas, and then Hawaiian and California had 2. So I mean, if we catch some that have more, it'll take longer. That's why I'm trying to figure probably more of a time on that. But I mean, it could be less. We'll see.
Welcome to the Sea of Cortez in Mexico, home of some
there's only one
amazing
here.
water animals.
Yeah, look, this is the only thing here. Just this. Oh, wow. So yeah, I guess you never know. There's only one
Select any of
here.
the fish shown now.
Blue tang. This is a member of the surgeon fish family. It starts out bright yellow and becomes blue with age. Giant hawkfish. The largest of the world's hawkfishes, this hawkfish perches on the reef, ready to pounce on prey. It grows to 18 inches. Manta Ray. This harmless ocean giant feeds on plankton and small fish captured as it swims with its mouth open. Manta rays grow to about 25 feet in width.
Pacific amberjack. Young amberjacks have beautiful golden bands which fade as they mature. They are fast swimmers that may grow to 5 feet long. Pacific seahorse. Sharp vision and independent eyes allow this fish to see two different pictures concurrently. They feed on plankton by straining water through its snout. Adults reach about 3 inches in length.
That's pretty interesting. Their sight.
Panama Grasby. This handsome solitary bass is an ambush predator that feeds on fish and crustaceans almost as large as it is.
Oh,
They
wow.
grow to about 12 inches.
Rock croaker. This nocturnal predator matures at 10 inches in length.
Giant damselfish. After 1 year of age, damsels may form lifetime pairs. Spawning takes place in the morning when the female lays about 25,000 eggs. Eggs are guarded by the male until they hatch 4 or 5 days later.
That's a lot.
Adults mature at 12 inches long. Yellow snapper. Adults are night feeders who prey on small fishes and crustaceans. They sometimes enter freshwater rivers. They grow to 24 inches.
Hello there.
Tiger snake eel. This eel lives in the sand during the day and comes out at night to feed. It grows to 18 inches.
All right, let's go dive. Oh, wait, we gotta look at this first before we go diving. Yeah, that's right.
Cabo San Lucas has it all: sand and sun, fishing and diving, culture and history. Located at the southern end of a peninsula extending 760 miles south from the U.S. border, Cabo San Lucas is a 2-hour airplane trip from Los Angeles. The ride is worth it. Here, you'll see the past mixed with the present, as old fishing boats troll at ruby sunsets, while natives and vacationers ready for an evening of fiesta and cheer. Cabo is pleasant year-round, but June through December promises the best weather. Temperatures in the 70s and 80s, with sunny skies and soft cooling breezes. Hotels range from simple to elegant, so you can take your pick. And remember, Spanish is commonly spoken here, so study your phrasebook before arriving. You will also need to change your dollars into pesos.
All right. Time to dive. Boom.
We're in about 40 feet of warm water here on the Sea of Cortez, with visibility at a clear 70 feet. Our maximum depth will be approximately 65 feet along a very sandy bottom. Be on the lookout for large sea animals, something this area is well known for. Select the thumb down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Let's go. I took 5 years of it in school. I don't know if I remember it all, but I did take
When you descend, you should lean forward and look at the bottom as you release the air from your buoyancy compensator.
Why do you ask? There are games you're thinking about? Oh, look at this. Oh boy, we got some interesting stuff here.
Look, a zebra moray eel. Their primary diet consists of crabs, shrimp, and fish. But if an octopus wanders into the same cave where the eel is lurking, it too could wind up being lunch. The beauty of the reef and its inhabitants is clouded by the distortions of the past. In ancient Rome, slaves were sometimes thrown into pools of moray eels, like these mating green morays. From such misadventures, our ungrounded fears have grown.
A valuable discovery. You found a tool that was generally used by 18th century Spanish ship captains. It was a symbol of rank, a combination of whistle and, get this, the tail was used as an ear pick and toothpick.
You know, I get this is mostly an educational thing, but would it have really hurt to have a few different pictures for treasures and stuff like that, and to make them all look the same and be completely different things?
The spotted spiny lobster is a bottom-dwelling predatory scavenger.
Hello, you.
That smooth puffer fish can blow itself up into an uneatable ball.
That thing was cool.
Hey, a Lincoln Head penny. Don't get too excited. It only dates back to 1959. Not exactly rare, nevertheless, it's a treasure.
The beauty of the reef and its inhabitants is clouded by the distortions of the past. In ancient Rome, slaves were sometimes thrown into pools of moray eels, like these mating green morays. From such misadventures, our ungrounded fears have grown.
Different place theme. That I clicked on a fish. Okay, clearly they messed up with this one. Wrong video, guys.
The beauty of the reef and its inhabitants is clouded by the distortion.
Oh, wait, maybe they show it right there. Look.
The beauty of the reef.
But it goes to, I don't know. But it goes to them instead. Who knows?
Those garden eels emerge from their burrows every morning to feed, keeping just the right amount of distance between each other. During mating season, males will move closer to the burrows of females. Looks like you found a piece of a cider jug.
Now with the cider jug. It's a dinner plate and it's a cider jug. I love it. Oh, it's so good. What are they going to think of next?
Although the octopus resembles a menacing creature from a sci-fi movie, it's actually a timid and non-aggressive mollusk who's much smarter than it looks. Able to both swim and crawl, the octopus will exit quickly if threatened and, if unable to hide, vanish into a disorienting cloud of ink.
These sea lions are members of the pinnipeds, a family that includes sea otters, seals, and manatees. 50 million years ago, pinnipeds were four-legged land dwellers. Over time, they developed fins where they had feet, evolving into creatures designed for the sea. Now, they use their fins to both swim in the water and walk, slowly, on land. Weighing as much as 3,500 pounds and with a potential wingspan of 20 feet, the Pacific Manta Ray is the giant of rays.
That's big.
Despite its imposing size, this flattened relative of the shark is a gentle creature. These mantas are remarkably friendly. Why don't you try grabbing on and go for the ride of your life?
Where it's so easy, huh? Oh, we're going for a ride, though.
It looks like we've got company. Remoras like to tag along too, using the suckers on the top of their head to hitch a ride. It certainly seems like these mantas enjoy our companionship. Fortunately, they don't try any fancy acrobatics while we're aboard. They're capable of spectacular leaps up to 15 feet out of the water.
Oh, wow. That's kind of crazy.
Manta rays are also known as devilfish because the fins which project forward from their head resemble horns, an obvious misnomer. Would you name an animal this responsive devilfish? These magnificent creatures are obviously very intelligent, not to mention friendly. Throughout history, mankind has seen fit to project its dark side onto animals, creating monsters in our own imaginations. These manta rays are great teachers, showing us how little we have to fear and how much we have yet to learn.
You know, the timing on that was great, Ustash. It knew you were about to say that, and it just gives you a nice long video right afterward.
This swarming fish bowl is probably an attempt to gain safety in numbers. It certainly is beautiful.
These bottlenose dolphins are extremely intelligent, social, and cooperative. They've been seen herding fish, then taking turns diving into the middle of the herd for a bite.
All right, looks like we're done here. Going up.
The universal signal to get others' attention is to clank your dive knife against your tank. Sound carries quickly underwater.
All right. Back to the map. Another one done. That leaves 3 more places to go. Now there's only one here too. Okay. Maybe this won't
We've
be as
arrived
long.
in the Galapagos Islands, not your average tourist destination.
We'll see. But before we get into this, we're going to take a break. And then we'll get into this because it's been about 3 hours now. Use a break for a few. And then maybe we'll just push through the rest of this. Yep. Here we are back at the islands. Was this island 5, I think? 5 or 7? I think, right? So we have 3 more, including this. Assuming some don't break out into multiples. Let's check out our fish first.
Select any of the
Ooh,
fish
look at this
shown
one.
now.
Oh, we got some interesting ones in here. Hmm.
Harlequin Wrasse. This fish is a large member of the wrasse family, a non-schooling fish. Its well-developed incisor teeth protrude like forceps from a projectile mouth.
I think Sharpie just wants to see stuff like Vita so I can play things like VLR. Oh! Wait a minute.
Juveniles use sea urchins
Hang
for
on.
protection.
I'll start over. Something
Adults use other fishes as cover
something
to
got
blend
the
in and
desktop
stalk
audio was
prey.
off for some reason.
Adults grow to 3 feet.
So let me go back. And that never happened. Look at this. Fishy time. Start over here.
Batfish, a bottom-dwelling angler who moves around primarily by walking on arm-like pectoral and ventral fins. They range in size from 7 to 14 inches in length.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see what you're going at, Sharpie.
Harlequin Wrasse. This fish is a large member of the wrasse family, a non-schooling fish. Its well-developed incisor teeth protrude like forceps from a projectile mouth.
What's another word like I can use where I wouldn't have to use retro and the constitutionality more like ridiculous or something?
Leather bass. The juveniles use sea urchins for protection. Adults use other fishes as cover to blend in and stalk prey. Adults grow to 3 feet.
When I hit a certain point down the line of games played, then maybe we'll open the barriers up to everything, right? We can set like a number goal or something like that.
Green sea turtle. They are strong, open water swimming reptiles.
But even if I do that, most games that get picked are probably going to be no computers, no computers, no consoles, no computers. Don't even think about it, Ustash. That's never happening.
Balloon fish.
You couldn't pay me enough.
Also known as a porcupine fish. This fish is capable of expanding into a ball shape with extended spines.
You could not pay me enough to put something like Commodore 64 on here.
Guinea fowl puffer. They go through several color phases. Shown is the golden phase. A puffer is a self-inflating fish whose flesh is poisonous. Mexican hawkfish. They are members of the wrasse family. They eat crustaceans, urchins, and parasites off other fish. They grow to a maximum of 3 feet.
But you just remember, though, like, the farther along I get into things, and if I start doing newer stuff eventually, that's going to get costly. It's costly enough as it is now.
Galapagos grouper. Member of the sea bass family. A slow-moving but aggressive predator.
Panamic green moray. This fish lives a secretive lifestyle, usually hiding within rocks and reefs, and coming out mostly at night to feed on fishes and crustaceans. Adults average 4 feet in length.
And I know how you guys work. If there was stuff like the Switch on here, then the Switch is full of compilations of older games. You're like, well, what bad games can we have VPN replay, you know?
Marine iguana, the world's only marine lizard. A strong swimmer, it's adapted to a diet of seaweed. Adults reach 3 feet in length.
Yeah, but there's other stuff, though. There's only so many. Oh, no.
Officially known as the Archipelago de Colón, the Galapagos are a group of large volcanic islands and islets in the Pacific Ocean, about 600 miles off the coast of South America. The islands cover a total area of more than 3,000 square miles and are inhabited by roughly 9,000 people. The Spanish discovered the volcanic islands in 1535, but it wasn't until 1832, when Ecuador annexed them, that they were settled. Only 3 years later, Charles Darwin arrived on the HMS Beagle and continued the famous studies about his theory of evolution. During the interim centuries, the Galapagos gained notoriety for sheltering buccaneers and whalers as they journeyed up the western coastline of South America. The Galapagos are perhaps best known for their animal life. 6 species of land tortoise live here, as well as 85 types of birds, including flamingos, penguins, and flightless cormorants. Monstrous-looking and harmless, marine iguanas also roam the region. Interest in Darwin's work and the wonders of the natural life have recently drawn unprecedented numbers of tourists. To protect the islands and the animals, parts of the Galapagos have been set aside as an animal sanctuary. Most of the islanders are Spanish-speaking, so be sure to practice your phrases before you arrive. Pronouncing the currency will even take a little work. It's called sucre, but not to worry. Most businesses gladly accept American dollars. The weather on these mountainous islands is tempered by the cold Humboldt Current from the Antarctic, so the Galapagos are generally cool and dry, even though they straddle the equator. At the coast, the vegetation is sparse, but the high mountains, some reaching 5,000 feet, support dense plant life.
You triggered Sharpie into action with that stuff. You heard the magic words. Oh, so I can get punished with it so you don't have to be Ustash? Is that what you're trying to say there? Yeah, I know the plan for EA Replay, right? Slowly kind of pull it to the top of the list and make sure it's up there. And then it's time to get me to play all the other games that were required. So that once they're done, immediately it gets put into action.
We're in the cool waters of the Galapagos, anchored at a depth of 50 feet. There's a fairly strong current, and visibility is around 40 feet. Our maximum depth will also be about 40 feet. You'll find the terrain very rocky and filled with a wide variety of sea creatures that are unique to this part of the world. Select the thumb-down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Let's go diving.
Now that we're in the water, stay relaxed and swim slowly and easily. Water is dense and has a lot of resistance, so remain streamlined as you move through.
We were swimming, diving away. All right. Let's see what we got here first.
There's a Cortez angelfish. A good way to tell the difference between angelfish and butterfly fish is to look for the small spine pointing backwards on the gill covers of the angelfish. You found a silver crucifix. This may have belonged to a missionary or a sailor who stopped over at the Galapagos en route to North America. Farther yet reads the inscription on this real, one of Spain's celebrated pieces of 8. On one side is a cross, on the other side are waves symbolizing the Atlantic Ocean. You found a watch chain. Perhaps the watch casing is nearby. This one is shorter than they usually were.
Now it's a watch chain. It's literally on top of the fish.
With angelfish like this, it's hard to tell who's related to whom. They often look radically different when they're young, changing colors and patterns as they mature.
And also, the farther I get into generations, the more visual novels you guys can find that are translated. I know things. I'm aware.
It's a small plate from a Danish ocean liner. I wonder how it ended up overboard.
That porcupine fish can inflate into a prickly ball by filling up with water. If that doesn't dissuade you, perhaps its poisonous flesh will.
Yes, compilation. See, you guys already have evil ideas for the future planned. You're like, man, we could do some fun stuff here.
Let's give these scalloped-nosed hammerhead sharks wide berth. They have a record of attacking humans. That sea turtle is the product of long-standing adaptation. What once were its legs have evolved into effective flippers for swimming. Unfortunately, unlike his tortoise relations, he can't retract them into the safety of his shell, leaving him somewhat vulnerable to attack.
So off the top of your heads, what are some of the worst games I could play from newer generations? Like, just utter crap.
Watching them swim, it's almost hard to believe that those sea lions are air-breathing mammals like us. With their cousins, the seals and walruses, they belong to a group called pinnipeds, which means fin-footed.
Very nice evil game. Is it though? Is it? Can nice and
Don't
evil
look
go in
now,
the same
but
sentence?
here comes one of the world's largest fish. They grow to 50 feet in length. Peaceful giants who strain plankton from the water as they swim. If I told you it was an enormous whale shark right off the bat, you probably would have swum for your life, leaving me here talking to myself. The fact of the matter is, this low-key and slow-moving monster is very gentle, and more than willing to give divers a free ride now and then.
That's everyone's major interest in the PSP. Is like, oh, man.
Let's give these scalloped-nosed hammerhead sharks wide berth. They have a record of attacking humans.
We don't even know what other terrible stuff. Oh, wait, we did this one already. Ah, whatever.
Let's
Lurks
give
on
these
some of the stuff.
scalloped-nosed hammerhead sharks wide berth.
I'm
They
sure
have
you
a
guys will
record of
find it.
attacking humans.
I have faith in you guys. Where there's a will, there's a way, right?
Various theories may explain the unusual shape of the hammerhead shark's head. Some say the shape gives the shark better vision and balance. Others speculate that the shark's nose contains electromagnetic sensors which help it locate prey.
Oh, that's this done. Up we go.
Don't hold your breath. It's important to keep breathing normally during a dive.
And back to the map. 2 more areas to go. The Caribbean's next. Well, I knew there'd be multiple islands here. I knew it. All right, let's start.
Welcome to Belize. Let's do some exploring.
Exploring. Oh boy.
More adventuresome travelers are discovering Belize, a small country snuggled against Guatemala on Central America's Caribbean coast. Primarily a haven for pirates and buccaneers during the 17th century, Belize became England's source of mahogany and hardwood when it fell under British control. Indian and Creole slaves were brought to what was then called British Honduras to work the logging camps. Today, their descendants comprise about 60% of Belize's population. Though the country gained independence from England in 1981, the indelible Anglo influence remains. Belize is an English-speaking country amid Spanish-speaking neighbors, a colorful blend of different cultures. Before the Europeans arrived here, this was the land of the Mayans. Every year, archaeologists uncover more ruins from the Mayan Empire, a powerful and advanced civilization which ruled Central America for some 4,000 years. After this long reign, the Mayans suffered a devastating drop in population, the mysterious cause of which is still subject to debate. The historic and natural wonders, such as animal sanctuaries and limestone caves, draw naturalists from around the world. Along the coastline, Belize's barrier reef stretches 180 miles, second in size only to Australia's Great Barrier Reef. Visitors planning to explore the rainforest in search of a Mayan ruin should come prepared with a pocket full of Belizean dollars and appropriate clothing. The weather in Belize is hot and humid, with summer temperatures nearing 100 degrees. It rains almost daily from June to December, hence
That's a lot
the
of rain.
lush vegetation.
Wow. I doubt it, Glenn. Nothing has even come close to pace of that Olympic game that required intense mashing and other stuff that I played for the turbo graphics, that was just pure pain. That was just suffering on a cart. That's all it was. Just dig through your hands. Do you want to break your hands? How do you feel about just slamming your hands against an object endlessly? I've been to the Bahamas, yes, a long time ago.
For help at any time, select the Life Preserver image.
You don't understand what about games that bothers me, Glenn. It's nothing to do with that stuff. It's just broken stuff that bothers me. Bahamas was a nice trip. It was a good time.
We're in 25 feet of warm Belizean water. This area has the second largest barrier reef in the world, exceeded in size only by Australia's Great Barrier Reef. We will keep our dive shallow since this will extend our bottom time. We'll also do a night dive here so we can see the creatures that venture out into the darkness. Select the thumb down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
I have multiple capture cards, but I'd rather just do a game justice and play one at a time. Yeah, I took a cruise there. So interesting thing, Sharpie, right? They had an arcade on the island of Bahamas that we were on. One of them. We were at a few islands there, but yeah, somewhere in the Bahamas there was an arcade, and they had all the old like arcade cabinets, like the Sega games, the fighting games, and stuff like that. And like, yeah, we did all other things on the island, but we ended up in their arcades a lot with the locals and stuff, and we were just, you know, like playing racing games and fighting games against each other. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. We almost missed the cruise ship on the way back. We had to run to the cruise ship because it was leaving soon. But yeah, I had a blast. Everyone was so nice there. I was in my teenage years back then.
Once we get to the bottom, restabilize yourself by adding a little air to your buoyancy compensator.
I got in trouble on one of the cruises. You know, I was a teenager, right? I was probably like 15, 16, and it was people from all over the world, and they had French cheerleaders and like a cheerleading squad there, and you know, there was a couple of them that I was hanging out with, hanging out after hours with, and I was supposed to report back to my parents, and they couldn't find me. It was like 2 a.m. You know, my dad finally found me like up top deck at some point, like 2 a.m. He's like, I don't really care, but your mother's gonna kill me if you don't come back to the room, and then she's gonna kill you. But I had a good time. They do these really cool ice sculptures too. Watching people like sculpt things out of ice and stuff. It was a good time.
You found an old plate. It's fairly plain and pretty crude. It was most likely used for the crew on a cargo ship. You found a gold chain. It was most likely attached to a gold watch.
These gentle and slow-moving manatees are plant-eating, air-breathing mammals, sort of like cows in the sea. But unlike cows, they have the unique ability to continuously replace their molars. Young manatees start eating vegetation within weeks of being born and continue to nurse until up to 18 months of age. Some theorize that this allows the young ones plenty of time to learn migration routes and favorite munching grounds.
Are you sure it's a chain though, Sharpie? It's been so many things in this game so far. I also really enjoyed the buffets on the cruises because they had breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then they had the midnight buffet. Oh, the midnight buffet was so good.
There's lots to see down here at night. Most crabs, like this coral crab, are bottom dwellers. And there's a cuttlefish. It's unique in the way it uses its lateral fins to swim through the water. And there's a tarpon, a fish whose relatives date back 135 million years ago. It'll grow to 350 pounds. And there goes a stingray. You don't want to step on these bottom dwellers. The spine at the base of its tail is venomous. There's lots to see down here at night. Most crabs, like this coral crab, are bottom dwellers. And there's a cuttlefish. It's unique in the way it uses its lateral fins to swim through the water. And there's a tarpon, a fish whose relatives date back 135 million years ago. It'll grow to 350 pounds. And there goes a stingray. You don't want to step on these bottom dwellers.
No, we don't.
The spine at the base of its tail is venomous.
All right, let's keep on going. Hello there.
There's lots to see down here at night.
What the?
Most crabs, like this coral crab, are bottom dwellers. And there's a cuttlefish. It's unique in the way it uses
just combining
its
the
lateral
videos
fins to swim through the water. And there's a tarpon, a fish whose relatives date back 135 million years ago. It'll grow to 350 pounds. And there goes a stingray.
Lazy.
You don't want to step on these bottom dwellers. The spine at the base of its tail is venomous. Oh, this is very rare. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be a Rosa Americana token from 1722.
Sure it is.
Tokens like this were a form of currency supplied by King George I to settlers bound for colonial America.
You must be rich now, all this rare stuff we're finding.
Those tube sponges look a lot like plants, but they're really animals that don't move much.
That didn't really tell me much. Lots of non-information there.
These gray angelfish seem like they might be dancing, or at least courting.
Dancing fish. No. See, like, look. Still pulls that video.
There's an octopus. They can swim like a squid, but prefer to move around on their 8 legs. Like their relative, the cuttlefish, they have the ability to change the color of their skin.
Anyone ever go to, like, Disney World when they were younger and stuff like that?
There's lots to see down here at night. Most crabs,
I bet
like
there
this
is.
coral crab, are bottom dwellers.
Like the same videos.
And there's
You
a
can see lots of
cuttlefish.
those.
It's unique in the way it uses its lateral fins to swim through the water. And there's a tarpon, a fish whose relatives date back 135 million years ago. It'll grow to 350 pounds. And there goes a stingray. You don't want to step on these bottom dwellers. The spine at the base of its tail is venomous.
Which one was it that had the dark roller coaster, like that you went up in the top of the dome in the dark or in it, and you were like going around? Was that MGM or was it wasn't Universal? I know that. Could have been Disney World, but what was the name of that tunnel? Like, you know, you went in and then the roller coaster went all the way up to the top of the dome, and it was completely pitch black, and you'd go all the way around in there.
Always treat a barracuda with respect. It's the fastest hunter in the water. grows to 6 feet in length and has a serious set of teeth.
No. Okay. That is not for you to land. Here. Come on. You're going to break that. Maybe Epcot, yeah, Space Mountain. There we go. That's what it was called. Space Mountain. You cannot lay on top of these things. They're not for laying on top of cats. I went in that with my mom, and I was having a blast. But she was screaming, like, I can't even see you. Are you still there? Thinking I was going to, like, fall out of the ride and stuff like that. But, man, that was a good time. And you could just look below and see all the way
That
down at the
sea
bottom,
plume
everyone
looks
and
like
stuff.
a plant in the wind, though it's really a soft coral. Gray angelfish like to graze on coral, as well as algae and other reef tidbits.
Yeah.
A gold vase. Seen as we're in Belizean waters, this may be an artifact from the Incas, a vast empire prevalent in South America around the 1400s.
Oh, it's a small world. Oh, man, that's so long ago. Did I look at you? I don't remember.
These gentle and slow-moving manatees are plant-eating,
You know-
air-breathing mammals, sort of like cows in the sea. But unlike cows, they have the unique ability to continuously replace their molars. Young manatees start eating vegetation within weeks of being born and continue to nurse until up to 18 months of age. Some theorize that this allows the young ones plenty of time to learn migration routes and favorite munching grounds.
You know, when I was young, I always wanted to go on roller coasters, right? But my mom used to tell me, because I was little, she's like, you could fall out of there and, you know, something bad could happen to you, like when they go upside down. So she just scared me not to go on roller coasters and stuff like that. And then my grandma, like in her like 70s and 80s, she's like, your mom don't know what she's talking about. Come on the roller coaster. And I went on one with her, and it was a blast. She was just cracking up laughing the whole time on the whole thing, you know. And I'm like, oh, this is great, you know. But I don't know. But yeah, I love roller coasters, all that stuff. I really enjoyed Universal Studios. A lot of stuff was cool.
There's a spotted eagle ray. It uses its pointed snout for digging prey from the sand.
The worst is when you saw everyone stuck, like when you were somewhere and you saw people stuck upside down, like on a roller coaster. You're like, oh my God, that is the worst. And then you know what they would give them for, like, you know, they'd be stuck upside down for hours and people had to come up there and drag them down and stuff like that. You're like, oh, here's a ticket for some free food. Sorry about that. You know, nothing like no substance.
Look, bottlenose dolphins. These are an abundant type of surface-feeding dolphin. Unfortunately, that has put them in the path of tuna fishing nets, resulting in many dolphin deaths. Like all dolphins, they have the ability to echolocate by analyzing the sounds they sense, allowing them to communicate and navigate easily, even in the dark.
And that's here. Have you ever been to Hershey Park? I used to love Hershey Park when I was a kid, because the first thing you would do is you'd go on to the chocolate thing, and then it would get
As you
hot that one
ascend,
part.
repeatedly release small amounts of air from your BC to prevent you from making a rapid, uncontrolled ascent.
They used to give you the giant chocolate bar when you got off and finished. Then later on, they started giving you a little piece of candy. But man, you used to get the full-size chocolate bar, and then you went into the shop with all the food and stuff like that. I used to always get like the milkshakes and stuff, like the Hershey's milkshakes and the Reese's one and stuff, and just all the good food there, man. Like, oh, that was the best part, the food. But yeah, the ridiculous size, like giant size bars and stuff they had. Oh my God, that was crazy.
We're now in Cozumel and looking forward to some great diving.
And then how you can measure yourself to go on the ride is they had the different size chocolate bars, and if you were like a certain size, you can go like certain chocolate bar, you could go on a ride. Then they had that one ride that you lay into, like it looked kind of like an elevator thing looking out, right? You lay in there, and then it would just shoot all the way up, like a little like L shape, and then just back down. Well, that reminds me. Did anyone ever go on the Tower of Terror? In was that Universal Studios or Disneyland? The Tower of Terror, when you go up the 13 floors and look out and you drop. That was fun.
Caressing the northeast tip of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, the smooth beaches of Cozumel beckon. This long, low island is the largest in the Mexican Caribbean, at 30 miles by 12 miles in size. Spanish explorers first landed on Cozumel in the 16th century and found that the island held significant religious meaning to the Mayans. Indeed, Mayan legend asserts that Cozumel was home to the goddess of the moon. Here, she lured her consort, the god of the sun, to return each morning and create the new day. Ruins from the Mayan culture can still be found on the island. The region enjoys sunny days year-round, with temperatures in the 80s, though brief afternoon showers can be expected from May to September. The local language is Spanish, though many hotels and restaurants use English too, and you'll need to exchange your dollars for Mexican pesos.
Wait. Aerosmith themed? Are you saying the Tower of Terror was Aerosmith themed at some point? Am I missing? Yeah. No one to ride with me on the Tower of Terror either, Sharpie, but I loved it. Oh, Hippolito, thank you for the raid. Yeah, why are my alerts? I gotta fix my alerts things. They're not showing up in certain things. Welcome, Hippolito. How was VLR today? Was it everything you ever dreamed of? We're talking about amusement parks right now. Yeah, we're learning. And we're talking about amusement parks. We're talking about Hershey Park, Disney World, Universal, all that stuff. Hello, Six Flags.
Most good.
Welcome, Guybrush. Progress is Oh, you got an ending? Progress is progress. You'll get there, Hippolito. You'll get there. Welcome everyone to Hippolito's channel. If you're not following Hippolito, he's doing the adventure quest where he runs through all the adventure games that exist. And also, every other Thursday, he does Second Gen Journey, where he plays everything Second Gen coming from between arcades and consoles.
For help at any time, select the Life Preserver image.
Anyone new here? I'm running a giant console challenge where I play all licensed games on consoles. We're on game number 306. We're doing a little 3DO thing here. We're doing 5 streams of 3DO. We are doing an educational game right now. We're playing Oceans Below, where we dive into the ocean and find out about all these areas and the wildlife that lives there. And realize at some points they got lazy with assets, but overall good information. The anime quest. Yeah, good stuff. So wait, Gao, what is this about Aerosmith themed Tower of Terror? Because my mind is exploding right now. Because what? Did I do this yet? I don't remember. If not, we'll do it again.
Caressing the northeast tip of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, the smooth beaches of Cozumel beckon. This long, low island is the largest in the Mexican Caribbean, at 30 miles by 12 miles in size. Spanish explorers first landed on Cozumel in the 16th century and found that the island held significant religious meaning to the Mayans. Indeed, Mayan legend asserts that Cozumel was home to the goddess of the moon. Here, she lured her consort, the god of the sun, to return each morning and create the new day. Ruins from the Mayan culture can still be found on the island. The region enjoys sunny days year-round, with temperatures in the 80s, though brief afternoon showers can be expected from May to September. The local language is Spanish, though many hotels and restaurants use English too, and you'll need to exchange your dollars for Mexican pesos.
But you know what's great about this? It's all voice acted. I don't have to say it, so. That's right, entertainment. Were they ghosts or something, Gal? Like, how did that work? How's it going, Kit Mode? Right, we're learning about the ocean underwater. We're going for a dive right now.
We're in 30 feet of warm Mexican waters. There are very strong currents, so let's stick close together on this dive. Visibility is incredible today, about 200 feet. We'll dive to a maximum depth of 80 feet. Select the thumb down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
I don't know. So, what's everyone's favorite ride at an amusement park you've been to? Like, what's something that just stuck with you?
If you're planning a wreck or cave dive, remember to carry a light.
Oh, that's true. They've changed, yeah. It's good to see you're still golfing and having fun, Kit. All right, let's start over here and work our way over. Ooh, look at all this stuff.
There's a spotted Moray Eel. Always watch your fingers around them and don't try feeding them on your own.
An anchor. Many ships have lost an anchor to the corals around Cozumel. The anchor drops in, gets stuck in a crevice, and the crew is forced to cut the line.
There you go. As long as you're having a good time.
Look, there's a coral crab and a slipper lobster, a couple of reef-dwelling crustaceans.
My favorite was still all the Universal rides. And I remember when I was a kid, like the Back to the Future or E.T. It was good times.
Look, there's a coral crab and a slipper lobster, a couple of reef-dwelling crustaceans.
You would, Kit Mode, you would.
You found an écu, France's traditional coin until 1794. This particular écu was minted in 1716 and probably belonged to a sailor in the French Navy. Foreign coins like this one were used as legal tender in America until the late 1800s.
I remember was it the King Kong one too? There was a couple. I'm trying to think of them all. Did you guys ever remember the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids one? Afterwards, they had the life-size plants and ants, and you can climb on them all. You know, like, they made it look like you were an ant, kind of, or something like that. And everything was just towering over you.
There's a scrawled filefish, the largest member of the filefish family. This filefish may grow to 40 inches in length. Despite its size, it has a tiny mouth designed to nibble algae. Be careful of that scorpionfish. Those beautiful spiked fins are poisonous.
Oh, I never went to the Hollywood one. I went to the one in Florida.
We've awakened a rainbow parrotfish. They nibble on coral with their horny beak, which is made of fused teeth. In their throat, they have a set of plate-like teeth with which they grind it all up. Fish like this can be a major source of reef erosion.
The Jaws ride. The Jaws ride was interesting.
Long live the queen angelfish.
Was it always that way, though? I don't remember. I was young.
There's some brown sponges. They filter out food through the tiny pores in their body by creating their own internal current.
I'm trying to think of the other ones that were around when I was a kid.
You found a small plate. Looks like one of the souvenir plates popular back in the 19th century. People would buy them on trips abroad. Wait, I think I can make out some words. The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. It's a plate from Boston.
Remember when I was young, my parents would make me get that little autograph book and get like autographs from the different characters and stuff.
Whoa, good score. A diamond tennis bracelet, circa 1993. I've never understood why they call them tennis bracelets. Do you?
That looks just like the gold chain. What do you know? Oh yeah, it looks just like it.
There's some brown sponges. They filter out food through the tiny pores in their body by creating their own internal current.
They did that with elementary school too, kind of the autograph thing. Maybe that's where I don't know if that's where Disney World got it from or where like elementary schools kind of got it from.
There's a scrawled filefish, the largest member of the filefish family. This filefish may grow to 40 inches in length. Despite its size, it has a tiny mouth designed to nibble algae. Be careful of that scorpionfish. Those beautiful spiked fins are poisonous.
I never went to the character bunch. I do remember who stayed at the Disney hotels and stuff like that, or we rented like the little rooms and houses, whatever like that there. We stayed for like a week or two. And I always remember there being lizards on the wall. It's like in there sometimes, you know.
There goes a school of horse-eye jacks. They're pelagic fish, sleek, strong, open water swimmers. Don't worry, airplanes don't fall out of the sky in Cozumel. This twin-engine plane was placed here as a prop for a movie by film director Ramon Bravo.
Look at that.
Man-made objects like this often provide a home for reef-dwelling fish. Those are blue-striped grunts over there. They look a lot like snapper, but they're not.
They just left it there afterwards.
By grinding their pharyngeal teeth, they're capable of making a grunting sound. That's how they got their name.
Nice second, Nick. It's definitely something.
There's a black grouper, a member of the sea bass family. He's an aggressive hunter with a big appetite who likes to hang around reefs, where some of his relatives grow to enormous size.
Yeah, we go diving and stuff. Find treasures.
Can't you just imagine that you're flying as we cruise over these coral heads? Thousands of years in the making, they now seem like rugged mountains and valleys. The fish like flocks of birds.
No, I haven't gone scuba diving, but I did get to pet dolphins. And I remember when I was petting mine, he went for a coffee break. They used to call it when they went, they'd go away to go to the bathroom somewhere and stuff like that and come back. And I did go swimming with the dolphins. That was ages ago. I was so young.
You don't see a bronze statue of Christ every day underwater. Divers like to exhale into it and watch as the air escapes ever so slowly over a long period of time.
Oh, wow, look at that. When we were in the Bahamas, I think it was parasailing. Is that the one, or no, I don't know. Is that the one where you're, up on the little parachute thing in the sky, and then it's tied to like a little, I think like a ski boat thing and like a jet ski, and they like pull you around and stuff like that. I think that way it was like my brother went to go do that, right? Because they just want you to go do stuff. And I was like, yeah, we'll give it a try. And then it had been like 2 hours, and my mom and my brother hadn't come back. And we're like, where are they? Turns out the guy forgot them and stranded them on a raft out there after it was done. They had to wait for them to come back. I love aquariums. I think that's all for this one. Let's go up.
Dizziness happens occasionally when you dive. To remedy this, hold on to a fixed object, close your eyes, and wait for the feeling to pass. Hugging yourself is also helpful if there's nothing to grasp.
If you ever do Sega CD, Nick, you'll get to play some stuff like this. I went to some nice aquariums in New Jersey when I was there. I'm sure nothing as nice as some of you guys did, but I still had a good time with that. Mm-hmm.
We've arrived at the Cayman Islands. Feel free to explore.
I do. There's one thing I've wanted that's been evading me, a Jaguar game drive. They're just so expensive. Because they're just hard to get, and people are just charging a bunch of money for them.
The 3 Cayman Islands sit in the Western Caribbean, just 485 miles south of Miami, Florida, tucked in between Cuba and Central America. Although each of the tropical islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Bras, are edged by largely rugged coastline, their interior topography is quite different. Cayman Bras' massive central limestone hills slope upward from west to east, creating stunning sheer limestone cliffs along the eastern sides of the island, while 80 miles away, its siblings, Grand and Little Cayman, are almost completely flat. The climate is tropical, with temperatures in the 70s and 80s year-round. Travelers in the Caymans find that United States currency is accepted by most businesses, although change is usually given in Cayman dollars. Most Caymanians speak English. Originally discovered by Christopher Columbus, the Caymans were first known as Las Tortugas, or the Turtles. In 1670, the islands were ceded to Britain by Spain, and the British brought Jamaicans over to settle the land and establish a Caribbean trading post. Today, the Caymans remain a British territory, providing visitors with a unique incorporation of English tradition and Jamaican flavor.
So, for anyone not aware, I do all this stuff on real consoles. I'm using my 3DO right now. It's a Japanese 3DO. I have a power converter running through it, so that it has the right voltage. But I do everything on real consoles here. I have them all in the room. I have a giant 25 cube thing on the wall there, and plus on top, I have 32 consoles alone on that. Also in my closets, I have 10 plus ish, and then I have some on my desk. And eventually I'm going to funnel some more onto my long U-shaped desk as I get things a little sorted, and so I can keep less kind of in the closet and more on here, and kind of have them swappable easier, because I have auto switchers now. So with auto switchers, this is something that you might find interesting, Nick, if you well, you do have an auto switcher, I think, don't you? But yeah, so I can plug up to 16. I have a SCART and I'm still waiting on a couple SCART cables. One is just to get things running because one got messed up.
Any time,
but
select the light
I have a
preserver
component
image.
and a SCART one. So I could technically have up to 16 consoles plugged in one time. And how auto switcher works is you can keep them all plugged in. It's just whatever one's turned on is the one it pops up in there. Which thing with a huge controller? I have a lot of stuff with huge controllers. My document has a list of the consoles I have right now, ones that are coming in. Oh, you're hey, what you doing, Cat? What? I have so much stuff. But if no one's ever seen a 3DO controller, it's weird. So if you're not used to one, so in order to play 3DO with someone else in your house, the controllers have to be daisy chained together. See, the controller is actually very comfortable and works well. But if you want to play with a friend, you have to plug in the controller into this controller. And they give you a really nice long cable for it too. But yeah, you have to daisy chain the controllers together. There's only one controller port for the console. Thank you for the host, Wolf. Oh, the one I got yesterday. Yeah, that's counting the one with that. I also got this one the other day too. Hang on one second. This other box came yesterday. You guys know what this is? Hyperscan. Yep. Did I watch this yet? I don't remember. Watch it again.
The 3 Cayman Islands sit in the
Nope.
western Caribbean, just 485 miles south of Miami, Florida, tucked in between Cuba and Central America. Although each of the tropical islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Bras, are edged by largely rugged coastline, their interior topography is quite different.
We will play them all,
Cayman
Ustash.
Bras' massive central limestone hills slope upward from west to east, creating stunning sheer limestone cliffs along the eastern sides of the island, while 80 miles away, its siblings, Grand and Little Cayman, are almost completely flat. The climate is tropical, with temperatures in the 70s and 80s year-round. Travelers in the Caymans find that United States currency is accepted by most businesses, although change is usually given in Cayman dollars. Most Caymanians speak English. Originally discovered by Christopher Columbus, the Caymans were first known as Las Tortugas, or the Turtles. In 1670, the islands were ceded to Britain by Spain, and the British brought
console?
Jamaicans over to settle the land and establish a Caribbean trading post. Today, the Caymans remain a British territory, providing visitors with a unique incorporation of English tradition
Oh, I have that.
and Jamaican flavor.
Some stuff was sent to me, some stuff I bought. I'm not going to tell you which I bought, which stuff was sent to me, you know, and so I'll leave that up to your imagination. But yeah, we will play everything. Stuff like that, though, I'm just going to power through them at one time. Like things like that, I'm just going to play all the games in 1 or 2 sessions, and then it's gone. like stuff like the Leapster stuff. Well, there's a few more games of Leapster that probably take like a week or so. But yeah.
We're in 82-degree water, anchored at a depth of 30 feet. Visibility is over 100 feet. This area is famous for the amazing number of rays. They're very friendly, so there's nothing to fear. We'll stay above 60 feet. Let's get ready. Select the thumb-down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Like, I could just show you a few just chilling here right now. Like, there's a... I keep forgetting to put this one away. There's a Super Batara Vision. There's the Pico. Remember that? That's still sitting here. I gotta do something with that. There's an Enertron sitting here. Just this stuff. These are stuff I still need to find places for and things like that. You know, like just stuff sitting around. I'm not using it yet. I will be. It's for your mic, yeah. I'm going to be, it's coming in next week. But what it is, hang on. What are you doing, kitty? Coming up?
A safe dive is well planned. So plan your dive and dive your plan.
Kitty's gonna hang out. So that thing is, it provides a bunch of gain to your microphone, so you don't have to be near. I don't have it on yet, but it should be coming in within a week. But this way I can have my microphone farther away from me, and you guys will be able to hear me instead of like, where I should be right here talking to you guys, and it sounds much better because the microphone's right here. Also, my camera's a little misplaced right now, which is a little weird. Why is that a thing? But yeah, to get the best out of my voice, I'd have to really be right here right now. But when I have that on there, I can be farther away. It gives your thing more output. They're very good, and it'll make it like, you know, and you know, you don't have to strain so much to get a good voice out of your stuff. But I don't know if they work with USB devices. Mine's like I use XLR stuff, so you'd have to look into that. Maybe there's a way you can kind of you know, like get an like extension to USB stuff. You'd have to look into it. But that should be coming soon. It's always Kitty's fault. Like this cat right here. What are you doing? You being troublemaker? Hey, Munchie. This cat's a troublemaker sometimes. Can't you see the trouble on her face? Her new thing's been to sit up here lately.
You found some type of cannonball. It has to be fairly old because they haven't used cannons for quite a while. Hundreds of years ago, the Cayman served as a stopover for ships sailing through the untamed Caribbean. Cannons served as a ship's main defense against the area's notorious pirates.
That does not look like cannonballs. I will just tell you right there. Those do not... I'm just going to leave that one alone, but that does not look like cannonballs.
We call this Stingray City for obvious reasons.
People were here debating me adding newer consoles on there so they could torture me with stuff like VLR that Lito's playing, stuff like that now.
Those stingrays breathe through their gills like any other fish. But when they rest on the bottom, they're apt to pick up mud and sand. So they have small openings called spiracles behind their eyes, where the water, and therefore the air, can enter.
At some point I will get an N gauge. Like, my funds are limited. I've spent so much money on all this stuff already, so you know, I try not to spend too much now, like smaller purchases.
These French angelfish look like they want to join us in our exploration of the wreck of the Balboa.
Oh, you want to get in trouble. I see you looking around.
Corals and other marine invertebrates will probably turn this wreck into a nutrient-rich reef. Until then, these angelfish will have to find their lunch elsewhere. These colorful reef-dwelling fish are certainly friendly and curious. It is rare that one would ever get so close to open-water pelagic fish.
Although related to sharks, stingrays are gentle creatures whose small mouths are designed to eat shellfish and other bottom-living creatures.
Weird. Sometimes the videos are long and sometimes they're super short.
That peacock flounder had normal eyes when it was young. By the time it grew up, though, they've moved to one side of its head.
Good find. This gold double sovereign from Great Britain was minted in 1823 and bears the name of King George IV. It was once considered legal tender in the United States.
I play all this stuff, guys, so you don't have to. Well, look at this guy here.
That false-eye butterfly fish sure knows how to fool predators. They'll attack the wrong end.
You know what's crazy, though? Like, I never really hear this game loading that much, but Myst, that game was like loading every 5 seconds. All I heard was the disc like every 5 seconds, like the 3D was just dying.
This is an unusual find. A coffin pendant of enameled gold inscribed, "Through the resurrection of Christ, we all be sanctified." Well, that's definitely Elizabethan English, so this is probably from a British ship somewhere around the year 1600.
It just made it to look like that stingray is eating that person's arm, or both of them, like maybe a leg. Like, oh, I'll take a bite of this.
Look, southern stingrays. They're sort of flattened out cousins of the shark. Stingrays are well suited to hiding themselves on the ocean floor when they're not flying around. The sting part of their name comes from a poisonous spine which sticks out of the top side of their tail. They're capable of jabbing it in all directions if they feel threatened. Being stabbed in the arm or leg could prove very painful. Being stabbed in the abdomen could prove fatal. Needless to say, treat them with respect.
Gex wasn't that bad. It was decent unloading.
Those stingrays don't have a bone in their body. Like sharks, they're cartilaginous. The up and down motion of their pectoral fins gives them that flying motion through the water. Quite a ballet.
Someday we will have to play Willie Beam as Sharpie. Someday. Can't escape it forever. Did I do this one? I don't know.
Those stingrays breathe through their gills like any other fish. But when they rest on the bottom, they're apt to pick up mud and sand. So they have small openings called spiracles behind their eyes, where the water, and therefore the air, can enter.
Maybe, but you never know how bad it's going to be, though, really. Well, have you tested it to see what if it's any different?
Don't fight the current. If you're drift diving, the boat is following the current, so let the water move you along and simply enjoy the view. In other words, go with the flow.
Oh, thank you, Sharpie. That's so kind. I get to test all the things for everybody. Yeah. I play it, like I said before, I play the game, things other people don't have to. Oh, look at this nice little look here. The Bahamas.
Welcome to the Bahamas. Get ready for a great adventure.
It better be. Now you told me it's a great adventure, so I'm expecting a great adventure.
Christopher Columbus made his first landing in the New World at the Bahamas, where he met a gentle tribe of Indians about whom he wrote to Queen Isabella, "There is not a better people in all the world." But the islands had no exploitable natural resources other than beaches and sea, and so were never developed as a colony. Instead, it became a pirates' and smugglers' haven throughout much of the 18th and 19th centuries. Now known more as a vacation paradise than a buccaneer stopover, the hundreds of islands which comprise the Bahamas are often referred to as the islands in the stream. This is because the Gulf Stream sweeps along their edges, carrying with it marine life from the surrounding Caribbean out to the Atlantic. The islands themselves are the peaks of a vast mountain range. Between each of these mountains are valleys where the sea floor plunges from a depth of 20 feet to thousands of feet. While you're exploring these waterlogged mountaintops, communication should be easy. The Bahamas are a former British territory, so most everyone speaks English, although you might hear Haitian immigrants conversing in Creole. There's a full spectrum of vacation amenities, everything from water sports to international shopping in the capital city of Nassau. Plenty of places to spend your Bahamian dollars. Day trips by boat or plane to other islands increase the number of beaches and attractions you can explore. But come prepared. Weather in this tropical region hovers in the 70s and 80s, lending to the Bahamas their reputation as the islands of eternal summer.
We're anchored in some incredible 80-degree water. The current is mild, with visibility at about 120 feet.
Look at those socks.
It's a little rocky underwater, so be careful not to get scraped. We will make our maximum depth 50 feet, and we should see some breathtaking drop-offs.
You're diving for me, so I don't have to get
image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
What are you doing? You just fallen through there.
Don't handle or stand on coral formations. They are fragile and can be easily damaged.
Hang on just a second, guys. Hey, look, there's a cat you guys never really get to see on camera. Laying behind the bed. Put him on it. Just moving it so they can see you and say hello. I need to get a switch this camera where the camera would zoom. You guys can see the other cats. That cat was sitting on the desk before. That was the one I had to keep picking up and off the desk. He was being in trouble. All right. Start from the corner over here and work our way over.
This is a rare treasure to find. It's a gold breastplate of Colombian origin.
Is it?
Looks like the work of the Chibcha,
I
a
guess.
Central American civilization with incredible goldsmithing skills. That's a Spanish coin. This gold piece represented 4 escudos in 1708. King Philip V's shield is imprinted on the front. Coral reefs host a variety of fish with a variety of shapes and swimming styles. Notice the undulating fin action of that lone black durgon over there. It's a member of the triggerfish family.
It's hard to believe that a creature as tiny as a coral polyp could be responsible for building a reef, but they do, by extracting calcium carbonate from the water and creating limestone homes for themselves. Little by little, over time, the remnants of these homes accumulate into enormous reefs.
So many cats in here right now. You can't see a lot of them on camera. 4 of my 6 are in here.
This resting nurse shark proves that not all sharks need to swim in order to move water through those gills.
Probably just warm.
This spiny lobster lacks claws, but does have defensive spines on its body and antennae. They usually forage by night and spend the day hidden in crevices of rock and coral.
I do need to find someone new to make emotes because my emote artist disappeared out of existence and stole my money. So sometime I have to find someone else to help with that.
While many marine invertebrates, like anemones and sea fans, appear plant-like, their reactions give away their true identity.
Don't be fooled by the leisurely pace of the grouper. With that large mouth, full of sharp teeth, it's an imposing hunter.
Has Mel made any of yours?
This frogfish is usually well hidden on the bottom where it lies in wait for an unsuspecting meal to swim by.
Ah, nice.
You found a medieval dish. There's
Where's the
some kind
video?
of decoration
it's a
and
dish,
the
it's fine.
words Erda and Se. That means earth and sea.
Do you know how much her going rate is? You can always DM me it or like in Discord. Just curious.
This trunkfish may look pretty defenseless, but if threatened, it will release poison into the water. It's hard to believe that a creature as tiny as a coral polyp could be responsible for building a reef, but they do, by extracting calcium carbonate from the water and creating limestone homes for themselves. Little by little, over time, the remnants of these homes accumulate into enormous reefs.
Coral reefs host a variety of fish with a variety of shapes and swimming styles. Notice the undulating fin action of that lone black durgon over there. It's a member of the triggerfish family. Coral reefs host a variety of fish with a variety of shapes and swimming styles. Notice the undulating fin action of that lone black durgon over there. It's a member of the triggerfish family.
Oh, look at these guys over here. Hanging out.
Triggerfish, like this, have a dorsal fin spine on the top of their head, which they can lock into an upright position. If threatened, they'll retreat into a hole or crevice, erect the spine, and become too large to get out. This trunkfish may look pretty defenseless, but if threatened, it will release poison into the water.
All right. That's it for the Bahamas.
The best way to be a safe diver is to know your limitations and dive within them.
No, but I do miss the Bahamas. It's been quite a long time. All right, that finishes the Caribbean. So, I believe that leaves us with one more area to go, and then we're all done. Yep, we just have the Red Sea left. Let's see what's in at the Red Sea. How many we got here? Just one. Look at that.
This must be one of the hottest places on Earth, but also one of the most beautiful underwater.
This
Welcome to the Red Sea.
This will be our last place to visit on this game. We've visited every location. We will check out the fish here first.
Select any of the fish shown now.
Blue-spotted ribbon-tail ray. This ray uses its whip-like tail to defend itself against predators. Its large pectoral fins serve as wings that help it fly through the water. Females produce litters of up to 7 young. Adults average 35 inches across.
See, if I knew what I was getting into, I could have been like, at the old tour guide outfit and be like, "Hello, this is BPN, and I'll be your tour guide today. And we will be venturing through the Caribbean, the Bahamas, and a whole bunch of other places, taking deep dives into the magical world underneath the ocean." I had some fun with it, but didn't really know exactly how in-depth this was going to be.
Long-nosed hawkfish. They will sit for very long periods on a piece of rock or coral, only occasionally moving. They grow to about 3 inches.
Just facts, really, but some interesting facts, though. That some things they give a lot of detail on, and some things they don't give much detail at all, which is weird. They kind of go like back and forth, and I don't know why. Maybe how much information they could put on the disc, but there'll be some things they'll talk a minute or two about it. But then some, they'll be like 15 seconds, done. That's all they talk about.
Harlequin sweetlips. They feed mostly at night on crustaceans, mollusks, and fish. They grow to about 25 inches.
Yeah, all the treasure that looked the same, but said it was different things. That's the best part.
Surgeonfish. Its name is derived from 2 scalpel-sharp spines at the base of the tail. Adults reach about 1.5 feet in length.
What I didn't like is, so there were some areas where they had multiple fish, right? And instead of making separate videos for them, they were all each individually able to be clicked on, like in different spots. They would clump them all into one video, which was like kind of meh.
Blackback butterfly fish. A thin body allows this reef resident to easily maneuver between coral crevices. Adults are about 6 inches long.
I wasn't able to find that one when I was looking yesterday. Just like I was looking for the other putt-putt game too. I couldn't find that one either. So I just grabbed ones I could find.
Lionfish, also called a turkey fish. They use sudden bursts of speed to catch small fish. Poisonous spines on dorsal fins cause shock and extreme pain in humans. An average adult is 14 inches long.
Yeah, there's a Dennis Miller one.
Blotch-eye soldierfish. Chrism squirrelfish. Their large eye enables these nocturnal fishes to hunt easily in the dark. They grow to 9 inches.
And no, we're not playing cannon fodder next. No.
Emperor angelfish. These are territorial dwellers who always stay within close range of their home. It changes color and pattern from youth to adulthood. Fully grown fish are about 16 inches long.
Haven't you guys had enough cannon fodder?
Wrasse. Wrasses are one of the largest and most common families in the Red Sea. This energetic fish moves constantly during the day. At night, it sleeps buried in sand.
I do have cannon fodder right here. So the ones I do have at the standby are, well, there's obviously Road Rash, so that's being saved. Return Fire, 3D Atlas, Lost Eden, Cyberdillo, Incredible Machine, FIFA, Space Ace, Dr. Hauser, Cannon Fodder, and Wolfenstein 3D. Those are the ones I have sitting on standby. I forgot to get that one, but that was
Masked
available.
Butterfly fish. Usually found in nomadic pairs or schools that feed in a certain area, then move on. It grows to 9 inches.
I kind of didn't want to go too much FMV stuff because we've done so much FMV and like things like that lately. So I kind of wanted to kick it off the back burner a little bit, like put it on the back burner a little bit because we really have done a lot of FMV and adventure and stuff lately. Well, we do have one more game for
The Red
3DO
Sea is
week
a long,
before we end
narrow
it.
waterway that connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Indian Ocean. The giant depression which holds the sea water was created some 20 million years ago when the Arabian Peninsula was torn from Africa. Surrounded on both sides by high cliffs, the sea runs 1,400 miles from the Sinai Peninsula at the north to the Straits of Bab al-Mandab at its southern end. Among the countries bordering the nearly landlocked Red Sea are Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. This hot desert region has been the focus of historical and political activity for centuries, predating even biblical times. The gulfs surrounding the Sinai are an ancient trade route, and the area has been ruled successfully by historical moguls including the ancient Greeks, Egyptian pharaohs, Alexander the Great, and Augustus Caesar. Remnants of these civilizations are still prevalent throughout the region. In later days, the British Empire held court over the Red Sea, finally succeeding in opening the Suez Canal in 1869. The Red Sea is like a tropical sea in a desert environment. Cool, loose-fitting clothes are a must, as days may easily get into the hundreds. The coldest month is January, The hottest are July and August. But if you're prepared, the weather and the scenery is enjoyable all year round.
All right, let's dive. Our final dive into this game.
We're anchored in about 40 feet of very warm water with visibility at 70 feet. Our maximum depth on this dive will be about 60 feet along a sandy bottom. We'll see some incredible sights, including a shipwreck. Select the thumb down image at the bottom of the screen when you're ready to enter the water.
Oh yeah, look at that. Not matching. Shame, shame. Different colors. Down we go.
We've entered an entire ecosystem, so move with care. You may not be aware of it, but the impact of our presence has a dramatic effect on the creatures in the sea.
Well, that still frame's bad. That looks weird. Hello, fishy.
This is a Nassau grouper, and this is a white spotted eel.
Also, we're gonna. I was mentioning before that I want to have more of a lead on games, because just in case sometimes I run into issues with games, so I can catch them early and make sure they all run. I'm gonna leave it like a 15 game lead on stuff. So after we beat this game, we'll be picking our fighting game. After we beat the next game, whatever game it is, we will be picking RPG, and then we'll have a little bit of a lead on, and then it'll be like 2 games from the main list for that. Next one gets picked.
Look at this, a tiny gold cross. Very pretty. This may have belonged to a child, or perhaps a female passenger on a ship.
How do you know that? Like, how would you know exactly who that... And why are there so many of these in here?
This lionfish is beautiful. But look, don't touch. The spines are poisonous. And this sharp-nosed puffer must rely on self-inflation for defense.
They put it in there just to make me go for a dive, huh? I see what's going on here. What is this? It's not what I was expecting.
Watch your fingers around this long, spiny sea urchin.
He must be friends.
The hallmark of a healthy reef is diversity and abundance. In fact, if you listen closely, you may even hear the crackling and snapping sounds produced by a reef teeming with life. I'd say we've found one lively reef. This banded butterfly fish is closely related to the angelfish. Its markings may signal to another fish that it isn't very tasty. This banded butterfly fish is closely related to the angelfish. Its markings may signal to another fish that it isn't very tasty.
Seriously? You only guess you're gonna have the same thing, right?
This banded butterfly fish is closely related to the angelfish. Its markings may signal to another fish that it isn't very tasty.
Look at that big boy up there. We'll get to you. Hello.
Here's a spotted scorpion fish, bottom-dwelling master of disguise. and a longhorned nudibranch, a fancy name for a shell-less sea slug.
Many fish have intentionally confusing false eye spots, like these lane snappers. This buck-toothed Napoleon wrasse is a close relative of the parrotfish. Large jack, like this one, like to travel alone.
Do we save the big boy for last here? We'll save him for last.
A wreck provides marine biologists with an opportunity to study the formation of coral reefs. Starting with a clean wreck, scientists can map the way temperature, season, and light influences coral growth, as well as how changes in water quality affect the health of the entire reef. The artificial reef you see here provides the foundation for coral, as well as a home for these silversides.
Yeah, I told everyone with that, and then what you want to do with the sandbox and 3D action and 2D action to kind of split it and like little other categories thing in there. They said that was all a good idea because action gets kind of confusing. So everyone agrees that's good. All right, you are our last little friend here.
From large eyes to small bodies to beautiful patterns, it takes all kinds to make up the reef community.
All right, guys. And that is the Red Sea.
We're going to ascend, so breathe normally. If you hold your breath during ascent, the expanding air in your lungs cannot escape and you risk injury or death.
What is left on here? Well, we went to all the places already. That was our final trip on this entire thing. We've been to everywhere now. That is all the places we can dive and stuff we look at.
We're anchored in about 40 feet of very warm water with visibility at 70 feet. Our maximum depth on this dive will be about 60
what did
feet
I push?
along a sandy bottom.
I pushed dive again,
We'll
didn't I?
see some incredible sights, including a...
No, I didn't want to dive. So these are all the places you can go, and then some of them had sub areas in there. Like this had 7, 2, 2, 1, 1. I think like 4, and then 1. Like in inside the areas, there's other places to go. So, that being said, that is our full playthrough of Oceans Below. We visited everywhere, we did all the things, looked at everything, listened to everything we could have. I hope you guys had a good time, and I hope you guys enjoyed the education. Oh, is it going down the credits here? Maybe. We'll see if it's changing at all. Stop timers. Oh yeah, credits are rolling slowly. That's some nice music here. Where's the music the rest of the game? Could have used some good tunes. Oh yeah, this is some good tunes here. What is up with that? Thanks for the GGs. Hippolito, Ustash, Sharpie. Oh. Murph. Gal, Glenn. Loving this music. Why couldn't they have music playing while I was doing stuff? Like in the background, like silently, or like while I was taking dives. Well, they have to probably credit all the places they went to also. Like you see, look at all the places here and people, probably photography, stuff like that. Where was this song the entire game? So good. Oh, good tunes. And look at that. The music ends at the end of the credits. And it starts over. How nicely done was that? And it's just at the end of the credits, too. They timed that well. And now we're... Is this repeating now? Yeah, I think it's repeating now. Oh no, it's doing this. Publish art direction, maybe. I don't know if it repeated or not. Yes, loop. Okay. Well, it was a great time, though. I really enjoyed this game. It was a ton of fun. I hope you guys had a great time with it like I did. Please remove the oceans below disc now. Really? Why? Why can't I leave it there? Is something going to explode if I don't remove the disc? What happens if I just click? I can click on this screen too. Maybe. So Hippolyta, you have to check out the warning when you first start the game. It's pretty good. All right. We're done here. Good times.